our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there's not much for us to
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world, we're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world, we're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there's not much for us to
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world, we're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world, we're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there's not much for us to
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet, the squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same, there is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world, we're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal
strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A global namaste to you all wonderful souls. A very warm welcome and a very heartful welcome to all of you to this session on wellness and well-being. Before we start today's session, what I would suggest, like all the sessions that we've been doing, we want to start this one with a good prayer. The universal mantra, the Gayatri mantra, is what we will be chanting to start off this session on wellness and well-being. So before we start, let us fold our hands in a prayer position, close your eyes, and chant any mantra that invokes energy within you, that invokes passion within you, that invokes fun within you. So this is our Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. The most universal mantra that invokes energy. I hope you're all feeling energized with this chanting of the Gayatri mantra or any mantra that you have been chanting to start off today's show. Good morning, a very good afternoon, and a good evening to all of you, wonderful people from whatever part of the world you're joining us. On behalf of Healing Our Earth team, I'm truly delighted to welcome you all on this is the 46th consecutive session of our Healing Our Earth. And I'll tell you, most of the sessions and summits are approximately about 7 hours long, and people have participated in these sessions from all parts of the globe. We have touched over 160 countries thus far. The aim at Healing Our Earth is to spread love, harmony, peace, unity, and to make sure that we can get this to every home on this globe. Great vibes, great energy amongst all of us, so that together we can tackle any unforeseen circumstances. The team at Healing Our Earth, from the organizer to the speaker, the production, the direction, the performers, the facilitators, the hosts, and the media team, all of them are giving their time totally, voluntarily to this gigantic mission to spread harmony, happiness, love, and peace globally. Today, we have an awesome lineup of speakers from London to India to other parts of the globe, and they are sharing their wonderful knowledge on wellness and well-being. So today's session will actually start with my little chat on chiropractic. Now, today we have had so many people are suffering from backache, headaches, primarily due to ergonomics that are not correct at home, working from a dining room chair, to a kitchen platform, to a kitchen table, to working on sofas, and even some people have mentioned they have made their bed a working environment. Now, unfortunately, we have all developed our ways to do it, but unfortunately, that's not the correct way to do it. We have tackled the pandemic in a very nice way by working from home, made every arrangement that we think is there to be done to work from home. However, there are things that we need to work with to help ourselves. In the clinic, we have all the PPE regulations. There's a lot of caution being maintained on health and safety. Loads of measures with full aprons, visors, gloves, sanitizers, wiping the tables clean. Everything according to government and public health guidelines are being implemented. However, we still need to make sure that we get ourselves treated properly. During this pandemic and the effects that it has led to, health has become one of the most important things. And don't forget, health is by choice, not by chance. So we've got to look after our health and well-being. How are we going to do that? What's the best way? Well, let me tell you one thing. I come from a chiropractic background. I am looking at the human architecture as to how best we can work with this architecture and make sure that this particular skeleton, the architecture, supports our body through and through. For that, I have a very short slide presentation that we're going to go through, a little bit about the definition of chiropractic, a little bit about the causes of back pain, a little bit of history on chiropractic, and then obviously the remedy. What can we do to look after ourselves? So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We're just going to sort a little bit of the IT side of it so that we can screen share, and stay tuned for the presentation. So just bear with me while we sort the IT screen sharing side of it with the PowerPoint presentation that I have. Okay, bear with me just 1 second. There we go. Perfect. So this is what we call our spinal health care class. What are the tips that we share on the spinal care class?
Dr. Soda,
Hello.
I think we are not seeing your screen at the moment. We are seeing you.
Okay, just
If you
bear
could
with
go ahead.
me. Okay, sure. Let's just sort that out. We're going to screen share. Perfect. Okay, just bear with us 1 more second and we'll make sure that it is coming up. Is that clear now? Can we see that?
Absolutely beautiful. Go ahead, over.
Thank you very much. So very much a welcome, first of all, to the tips of the healthcare class that we would love to go through with you today. So what is the most common definition of chiropractic? It's a primary healthcare profession that specializes in the diagnosis, the treatment, and overall management of the spine due to mechanical dysfunctions of the joints, the ligaments, the tendons, the nerves, and particularly those of the spine, as we said, and how it affects the nervous system. This is very much a mouthful definition. You don't have to worry about the whole definition. If you can remember that it deals with 3 most important systems of your body, the muscles, the nerves, and the bones, that's enough. A little bit about the history of chiropractic. It's on basically spinal manipulation that has been practiced for over 1,000 years so far, more than thousands of years. The first terminology of chiropractic actually took birth in the year of 1895. And the gentleman by the name of David Daniel Palmer gave the first chiropractic adjustment in the September 18th in the year of 1895. So that's when the profession actually took birth. And let me tell you that the profession is actually very well recognized by the United Kingdom government and many large organizations, and it has been supported with huge amount of public research and research that has been conducted in our local hospitals like Northwick Park. A little bit about the fathers or who actually invented chiropractic. If you see the slideshow on your viewing right, which is Dr. D.D. Palmer. David Daniel Palmer is known as the father of chiropractic. Harvey Lillard, the person in the middle, is known as the person who first received his adjustment. And B.J. Palmer is the son of D.D. Palmer, who actually propagated the movement of chiropractic. So that's a little bit about the history. And it also says in modern medicine that the doctor of the future will give no medicine, but will interest his patients in the care of the human frame. And the human frame is nothing else but the skeleton. And in the diet, and in the cause and prevention of disease. That's what Thomas Edison said, father of modern medicine. Now, if you look at how we want to balance our health and our body, it is the balance between the 3 most important systems of your body, which is number 1, the muscular system, number 2, the skeletal system, which is your bones, and number 3, which is the nervous system. Now, if these 3 systems function in harmony, well, we achieve optimal health. So that is what we want to talk about. How can we optimize our health? Now, just a brief introduction to the muscle system. Everybody sort of recognizes this chart on your muscular system and shows how the body is connected from head to toe with your muscles. Just a very, very interesting question I'm going to pose to you. Well, food for thought. How many muscles are there in the human body? If you know the right answer, go into the chat box and send us the answer. If you're watching on Facebook, globally, whatever part you're watching from, whatever part of the globe you're watching from, human body has the same number of muscles whether you're on planet Mars or planet Earth. So let's find out from you, how many muscles do we have? Perfect. And this is the skeletal system, a chart that most of us would recognize, however, bones look like, how the skeleton looks like, how it looks like from the front, the back, and the side. Once again, a quiz question. How many bones do we have in our human skeleton? So again, if you're on the chat box, interact with us and let us know how many bones you think. Or again, on Facebook, message us. And the nervous system. The nervous system is the junction where the brain connects to the spinal cord. That's the whole of your nervous system. And it is something that controls every part of your body. It controls from head to toe. Now that includes your blinking of the eye, the nodding of the head, the lips are smiling, the heart is beating, and the lungs are pumping air. Yeah, every single aspect of our body is controlled by your nervous system. And that is why it is so vitally important that the nervous system is looked after to the best. Let me tell you one thing. You can live without real set of teeth because you can get dentures. You can live without a kidney because you can still survive on one. You can live without part of your intestine. You can live without part of your stomach. You can live without part of a limb. But you cannot have a productive life without your nervous system. It is so vital that we look after the nervous system. Now, when you look at the spine, the skeleton that we talked about, we have the spinal column that's made up of different vertebrae. And these vertebrae can actually go out of alignment. So we want to find out what these factors are. It's called a misalignment in the spine. It can be called a subluxation. But let us find out what causes it to go out of alignment. Very important, because what goes out of alignment is actually what's causing your back pain or your neck pain or spinal pain. Now, some of the factors are, number one, poor posture. Number two, we have bad nutrition or malnutrition. And you know what? If you hang on to the seminar today, we've got an amazing nutritionist coming up and talking about what healthy foods are. Lack of exercise or too much of exercise can cause backache also. Last but not the least is lack of appropriate spinal care. It is vital to have the spinal care taken care of. Otherwise, the back does play out. Perfect. Now, number one is the poor sitting posture. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is viewing us globally right now or are on the Zoom session with us today, watch this picture. Watch everything that you can see from how the correct sitting posture is. Bear with me 1 second because I just dropped my keyboard here and I'm just going to collect it. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to slide backwards to one of the slides here, posture. So if you can see my cursor here, this is the correct posture that we have. We have the eyes looking at the screen. We have the back well supported with the back support. And the angle at which we are sitting is 90 degrees right here. And you can see that the thigh and the leg also makes an angle of slightly more than 90. And the feet are flat on the floor. You've got a chair that is adjustable height and on the wheels. So you can get in and out of your desk or a working position easily. The distance between the elbow and the keyboard, vital. That reduces the strain on your upper back. Now you can see on this particular picture where the posture is not good, can you see the amount of strain that this back would be going through compared to this one? So posture is one of the most important things that causes the spinal misalignment. Watch that posture, take a photo, go back to the screen and look at it, and make sure that your sitting posture is absolutely correct. One of the more common things that men do is sit with a wallet in their back pocket. As you can see here, you've got where you can sit comfortably on both your sitting bones. And here you're sitting on one, and on the other side, there is your wallet. That's knocking the pelvis out of alignment. A common cause of a misalignment at the pelvic joint. Once again, watch your posture. Remove that wallet off your back pocket. Now, this is a very common scene at home, particularly in the lockdown where kids were homeschooling or resting at home. Schools were closed during the summer holidays. Or what's the best way to spend time these days? Either on your mobile phone or your laptop. So this is a very common condition. Look at the position of the head with the rest of your body. Read this. For every inch of your forward head posture, it can increase the weight of the head on the spine by an additional 10 pounds. There's a lot of stress on your neck. This is a prime position to be landing up with bad neck ache and bad headaches. Another one, going to school carrying your bags. So one thing this poster definitely tells you is have a cool, fitted school bag. Carry your books accordingly. Put them on a backpack so that the shoulders take the brunt on both sides rather than the one side. Okay, is that good for you? That's a little bit about posture there. We also look at sleeping posture. Now, this is often what we would see this gentleman on a Friday night, just coming from a party. Mind you, these days it's lockdown parties, but still partying at home, falling asleep on the sofa while watching TV. Well, this gentleman is definitely going to wake up with a bad neck. Look at the correct sleeping posture. We've got the sleeping posture here. So you've got sleeping on the side with a pillow between your knees. This is the best way to sleep. A properly supported pillow under your neck will make a huge difference because your neck gets a lot of support with the 6 to 8 to 9 to 10 hours that you sleep. You need to support your neck properly. We move on to some of the other causes of bad backs. You can see trauma, accident. You can see how you bend forward and create, pardon me, the cursor just clicked it a bit too quick. So you can see here, the lady is trying to bend forward to lift a basket, maximum strain on her back. This is definitely going to cause a bad back. Collision like this is going to give you a nasty whiplash. Lifting heavy things or big things awkwardly, falling off from a bike. So these are all very common reasons why one lands up with a bad back. Some of the other reasons are occupations that are causing back pain. As much as we are under lockdown, there's a lot of gardening that took place in the summer. If you don't do that correctly, that's also going to lead to some discomfort. Shopping, construction working, dancing. So professional dancing, figure skaters, as we say, gardening is the other reason. Motherhood, carrying the babies and shopping, physical and manual work are all common reasons why one can get a bad back. Now, certain occupations causing back pain. Farming, desk jobs, working day in, day out. Again, construction workers. And you know, the healthcare professionals who we've had, those nurses who've been working darn hard during this COVID time, have some sympathy for them too. They are looking after patients and they're putting their own backs at risk. So here we have a list of all the other professions that are causing a bad back and leading to a lot of discomfort in your spine. Modern technology, as we said earlier, the use of the mobile phone, the use of the laptop, the use of the iPad, that head gets tilted all the way. And all I'm going to say, not to not use the modern technology, but change your posture. I'm going to do it right now. rather than doing this, do this. Just carry the phone up closer to your eye so you can see it at the level where you don't have to bend your neck. A simple movement like that would make a huge difference. I'm just going to take a sip of water. That's great. Flavored water is always good. Water keeps you nourished, and that's one of the health tips that I want to share. Always keep yourself nourished really well. Water is the best nourishment for your body. Okay, moving on to some of the other causes: sneezing, coughing, lifting, working. You can see all these postures: obesity, back pain, causing a lot of fat in the front is going to put a lot of strain on your back. Pregnancy is another reason why people often end up with bad backs. We also have age-related things that causes back problems like osteoarthritis and wear and tear that will actually lead to stiffness in the joints, aches and pains. Okay, moving on to one of the not pleasant pictures is malnutrition. If you do not have proper nutrition, your body, the functioning house, doesn't function properly. Yeah, that's a strong picture, but I wanted to just drive the point home that we need absolutely good nutrition. Moving on to some exercise routines. Exercises or lack of is what I mean. A lot of people think that it's okay not to do exercise. Well, the choice is yours. Do you want a couch potato, like so, or do you want to start exercising? Choice is yours. Now, when we look at, in summary, what are the main causes of spinal aches and pains and backache, it's actually spread into three sections: lifestyle, work style, and stress. Now, let me ask you one thing. Is any one of us free of any stresses? Have we stopped leading a lifestyle, or have you quit working? We are all part of this pie chart that we have, some more in one area than the other, but we are all victims of this. So we are all using our bodies to function, and we are definitely going to end up with some kind of aches and pains. Now, how do we go about looking after it? So I have shared, and I want to share actually, the 5 most famous tips to maintain your spinal health, or generally to maintain your bodily health. Great. Now, the 5 factors that we're going to use here. Number 1, chiropractic or osteopathic care to realign your spine. Number 2, absolute correct posture. Number 3, appropriate diet and nutrition. Number 4, appropriate stretches and exercises. Number 5, when you have worked on your bones, you've worked on your joints, you exercised, you ate the good food, well, there's nothing better than a good massage therapy session. Keep health of your muscles on, your spine on, look after them. And this is a pie chart that I'm going to share with you as an optimal healthcare formula. Take a moment, look at it, because if you miss out on any one of the ingredients, the cake is not going to bake. Health will not be at its optimum. We need to follow these 5 things on a day-to-day basis to make sure that our spinal health reflects our bodily health, which means that as long as we can maintain our health through these 5 famous tips, we can get to optimal health. Great. So we have also got here, how do we go through chiropractic care? Chiropractic care is for all age groups, from your neck to your middle back to your lower back, can be worked on with all age groups. There's no issues about age. Obviously, we've got to look after the spine, so we've got to do appropriate examination and treat the patients accordingly. Chiropractic care can be administered, as I said earlier, to the neck, to the back, to the lower back. And these are our team members actually, who are working on different patients with different tools. So there you can see myself and one of my co-chiropractors who's working. And these are patients who we're working with who need a slightly different kind of care, where through the machine, the spinal joints are manipulated for the benefit of the patient. Looking at the other slide about posture, let me say one thing. Good health starts with good posture. This is no magic. This is no secret formula. This is the formula. Good health starts with good posture. Just going to have another sip of water. Wonderful. Moving on, appropriate diet and nutrition. Don't forget, you are what you eat. You've got a choice. Frankly, everything in life is a choice you make. So here, I'm going to suggest, do you want to opt for sick care or do you want to opt for healthy care? So there are 2 units in your kitchen. Which unit do you want? Which fridge do you want? A fridge full of vegetables, all the greens, or do you want a fridge full of medication? Choice is yours. You know, they say an apple a day keeps a doctor away. Well, let me tell you, apple is a very, very good fruit. So yes, you can have an apple a day. You have a choice in what you're made of. Healthy diet is vital for your body. Once again, you are what you eat. A lot of times people ask for different supplements in the clinic. What should I take? Well, let me tell you, there are several kinds of supplements out there in the market. The generic names are good, but one of the things I'll say, the omega-369 is a good supplement for your joints. Glucosamine chondroitin sulfate is also a very good supplement for your joints. And when you look at the glucosamine, the chondroitin, the omega-369, calcium and vitamin D are all, sorry, pardon me, I clicked it one too quick, are all very essential. These ingredients are good for your bones and for your joints. Let me also tell you one thing, that these are products that are available in different brands, different names, organic products. I would say go for the organic side of it, go for the ones that are natural products, and they will certainly help. So again, as I say, for further information, always connect with us. This is generalized information that we're giving that may not suit yourself particularly, but if it is something that you need further information on, don't hesitate to contact us. So the other thing is appropriate stretches and exercises. Now, you lose what you don't use. You have to make sure your muscles are used and proper exercises are done for them to keep strong and supple. So there you go. Daily exercises of 30 minutes is recommended. Now, what I'm going to suggest, change that 30 minutes to 40 minutes. Always give yourself the 10-minute bonus. Do that little extra. Lower impact exercises are absolutely marvelous for your body. And the big thing is yoga. How you connect your mind and your body through yoga is one of the most important factors to help your body. Now, we've got a very interesting speaker earlier in the afternoon for London time, and who's going to be sharing with us the yoga aspect of healthcare. Pilates is another very good form of exercise. Swimming, highly recommended if you do it correctly, because a lot of people feel that they can go swimming when they have backache, but if they're using the wrong stroke, their backache is going to get worse. So swimming is very important. It uses your lung capacity, it uses all your joints and your muscles. As long as you learn the correct way of doing it, that's the best recommendation I'll give you. You want to aim for front crawl, and if you're going to do the breaststroke, make sure you put your head right in the water and swim through, rather than being afraid of getting those hair on your head wet. Okay, you don't worry about that, because that's going to give you a neck ache if you keep your head above the water at all times. So swimming is highly recommended, but the right way. Then walking. Nothing, absolutely nothing beats the walking exercise. It's a great weight bearing exercise, and it's very good in many, many respects. I'm going to share a slide with you shortly on the benefits of walking. So yoga and Pilates, both for the mind and the body, stretching, different exercises that you do for your muscles to build your core strength, to build your core strength, to get that flexibility in your hamstrings. That's the kind of stretches we want to do. This is developing your core strength, and this is developing your strength and balance in your leg and your spine. Swimming, as we said earlier, is one of the very good exercises also. Now, I said earlier, I'm going to talk to you about the benefits of walking. Look, from weight loss to increased metabolism, to a healthier heart, to increasing your self-esteem, increasing the tone in your muscles, improves your self-image, increases energy, it relieves stress, it strengthens your immune system, reduces the risk of high blood pressure. My God, the list of benefits of walking goes on. Yeah. So why would you not want to walk is my question. Now, we've talked about the low impact exercises, but even better are the high impact, where it gets your cardiovascular system going. Look, these are running, contact sports, Zumba, high impact aerobics. All of them are very good. However, watch. These are the kind of things that are going to cause a little bit of a strain on your knee, on your ankle, on your back, especially if you're running on very hard surface. Contact sport, that is definitely going to end up in a nasty injury. High impact Zumba and high impact aerobics are both very jarring to your foot, to your hip, to your knee, to your ankle. As much as they help your cardiovascular system, but these are the ones that also have a little bit of a risk. So I'm not saying don't do them, but obviously be very careful in how you're doing them. Once you have done all your exercises, those muscles need a little bit of a workout. And believe you me, there is nothing better to squeeze that lactic acid out of the muscles that have been used and worked. And that actually controls the relaxation state of your body. That actually holds the skeleton a lot better. So massage is not a luxury. It is a necessity. A lot of people think that having a massage is a luxury. Yes, those relaxation massages, just to go there and sleep there and get somebody to just work on your back and very lightly, that's a relaxation massage. That's where you can say that's a luxury. But a good therapeutic massage is a necessity for our body to be remaining healthy. Now, just a quick recap. I want to go through this with you guys. If you haven't taken a photo so far, take a photo of this slide, and I will say number one, the 5 tips. The number 1 tip is chiropractic care that will align your spine better. Number 2 is massage therapy that will help your muscles relax a lot better. Number 3 is stretches and exercises. You lose what you don't use. And number 4 is correct posture. Remember, we said earlier, good health starts with good posture. And number 5, diet and nutrition. You are what you eat. Now, these are the famous 5 virgin tips for maintaining the correct health or the optimum health of your spine. Highly recommend you follow these through, and I highly recommend that you look after your spine. Particularly in this pandemic time, it is vital to be looking after your health so that your immune system stays strong, you're able to better combat the COVID-19, and you're better able to maintain and sustain a healthy lifestyle. What I'd love to share with you is just a few little tips on what I think the benefits of chiropractic care are. Now, the list again is quite long. It gives you increased energy, improves athletic performances, encourages tissue, improves oxygenation, increases nutrient flow. Prevention is better than cure. A lot of people say prevention is cure. Also, if you look after your backs, you look after your spine, there's fewer hospital admissions and decreased need for surgery. The list carries on, as I said. And the next one is it promotes relaxation of your body. It gives you a better posture and spinal flexibility. It improves your mobility, and that acts as a natural pain reliever. It reduces your muscle spasms and recovery time of them. It enhances your immune system and makes it stronger. It improves your digestive functions because the nerves stimulate the organs of your body. Yeah. Now, there are a lot of people who use chiropractic services. They're endorsed by celebrities. Usain Bolt, the fastest runner, also goes for chiropractic care for better alignment. The famous tennis player is one of them who gets it, and to make sure, Andy Murray, who gets it to make sure that his spine is better aligned while he's playing tennis. People like famous people like Tiger Woods from the Golf Academy, a keen believer in chiropractic care. The Barack Obama family, when he was in his presidentship in the United States of America, he was so certain about that everyone should be receiving chiropractic care because they themselves as a family endorse it. Evander Holyfield also goes for chiropractic as a boxing champion. So that his spine is aligned. Now, these are some of our local celebrities, our patients at our clinic who vouch for chiropractic care, making sure, even in the COVID pandemic time, they're saying they feel excellent, they feel lucid, it makes them feel relaxed, it makes them feel motivated. So really, these are patients singing every story about chiropractic and making them feel a lot better. Now, this is one of the intentions we have, that we remain to be a friendly and a dynamic chiropractic center, which encourages people on their journey of life. We inspire, enhance, and restore well-being and make a positive difference to all who come in contact with us. Yeah, make sure that you know about chiropractic. Make sure you look after your spine. And make sure that optimum health is by the 5 tips that we shared. So this is something that I'm going to skip on, and I'm going to share one thing with you, that most patients, when they come back from the clinic, this is how they feel. This is how they want to be. They want to be successful in their own health. So ladies and gentlemen, that was a little bit about my story and chiropractic and how important it is to look after your spine in a healthy way. Ladies and gentlemen, time actually rolls very fast. My 40 minutes of session have gone. I don't have an extra minute because our next speaker, our Brahma Kumari sister Sujata, has already come on board. Welcome, Sister Sujata. Let me stop my screen sharing and then we can actually move on. There we go. You know what? Technology works. The boys behind in the tech team know I'm not a very technical person, but I managed to do this presentation quite well. I hope I did. Thank you. Sister Sujata, are we there? Are we connected?
Yes. Om Shanti. Yes.
Om Shanti to you and a global namaste.
Yes. Namaste.
Yes.
Om
Sister
Shanti.
Sujata, yeah,
Yes.
I would actually love to tell the audience about yourself. You are a wonderful Brahma Kumari sister. And as I spoke in my presentation, Today we have this specialist on diet and nutrition. She's going to be sharing some amazing information on who you are and what you eat. So a little bit about Sister Sujata Rathi. She is a certified health dietitian and nutrition expert. She's also certified as a professional fitness advisor and trainer. Sujata is a graduate from Pune University with the first class honors Bachelor of Home Science degree. She's a certified fitness consultant and a yoga trainer. Currently, she coordinates the wellness centers at the Global Hospital and Research Center in Mount Abu, Rajasthan, and has been a dietitian and fitness advisor for over 25 years. She has performed mass exercises in India and abroad. She also designs lifestyle intervention programs for the coronary artery disease, for diabetes, for obesity, arthritis, hypertension, asthma, and asthma, yes. Programs are based on diet, exercise, and pranayama, the breathing technique. Sister Sujata has also been honored with awards like the Nari Shakti Award and the Surya Datta National Award for excellence in the field of health and research. She shall be speaking today on how to live a divine, graceful life. Along with her enlightening words of wisdom, she shall also be making us do some exercises like pranayama, like breathing and stretching. Sister Sujata, I cannot wait to participate in this class of yours. So welcome on board, a very warm welcome on behalf of Healing Our Earth team, and the floor is all yours now.
Namaste, Om Shanti to entire globe. My name is, as you know, like Sujata Rathi. I'm from Mount Abu, headquarters of Brahma Kumaris in Rajasthan, India. So today is my privilege to be invited by Healing Our Earth team, and especially it's on a free session, online session on a global online. So the session is actually well-being and wellness, and how you can be like have a divine, graceful life. So I feel actually more responsible now after my introduction. And yes, definitely, I would like to share such a divine and the graceful sharings with all of you, and how we can conclude actually the happiness in our life. So as my dear friends, as we always talk about the well-being and wellness, or happiness and bliss, you know, it's a very subtle, nice connection between well-being and wellness, divine graceful life, and happiness and bliss, because it's a very important ingredient is happiness in everyone's life, because our mind always talk to each and every human being. They always talk ourselves, like they always think what I'm missing. And we all are facing pandemic time, entire globe, yeah. And in this, especially in this pandemic time, how you can have a divine, graceful life. So many people have questioned. They always ask, actually, we can't think because there is a fear in the mind. Yeah. So see how, as my profession, I would like to share like the hormones, adrenal, cortisol, it's all because of the stressful situation and the environmental changes. And the second part, endorphin, serotonin, and these hormones, how we can synchronize with the diet, with our mental stage, like how we can keep add the soothingness in ourselves through the meditation. That's what actually Brahma Kumari teaches this upbringing, like what, how you can just have your mind cool, calm, and happy. And that's the best, actually, I would say that's the best combination of meditation, your diet, exercise, and that's all about like what you think, what you eat, and what is your physical activity. That's we say like exercise part. And the mental health, we always ask people do pranayama, do breathing. That's what we are going to do in next 30 minutes. So first, I would like all of you to sit straight, keep your back straight, and we are going to do some breathing techniques. So I wanted you to first keep your back straight, your abdomen straight. I hope everyone is sitting on their own places, or if you are on a standing posture, but if you can sit, it's good, you can have the experience of that. And the simple is your thumb and index finger together, right? Thumb and index finger together, placed at your right and left side of the knee. This posture is basically for the concentration of our mind, right? So before starting breathing exercise, before starting breathing pranayama, I wanted to have a nice divine smile on your face. How you will do it that? I can see you just smile and appreciate yourself. Gratitude to the Supreme Allah, God, Shiva. We always say Almighty, right? When we gratitude, and as we gratitude, the feeling is there. You bring the feeling within. So give a nice divine smile. Now I wanted you to take a deep breath and exhale through the nose. Like why the breathing we need? Because we always do breathing 24/7. But what happened? We just have only 40% oxygen in our body. But when we concentrate, we actually generate or create 80% oxygen in our body. Yeah. So 3 shots, we are going to do the breathing shot. Inhale and exhale through the nose. Exhale through the nose, and you can feel the last breath here. Exhaling. Now again, second time. You can feel the calmness. And again, third time. So we did 3 times, right? Now the next breathing technique we are going to see. That's the way of detox your mind and detox your body through the breathing, right? I wanted to show you first and we'll follow. Take a deep breath, one breath. You can exhale in steps like 7 to 8 steps. It's like 5 to 8 steps. Yeah. Exhale through the nose. So first take a deep breath. Exhale through the nose. Okay. For the beginners, actually, you can exhale in 5 to 6 steps, but like we do every day with the several years, so 8 to 10 or 12 times also you can exhale. So that actually very good for your lung capacity, and especially what we are doing actually, all the exercise part and the diet part, that you can protect yourself from the pandemic situation as well, right? So I wanted you to follow. Take a deep breath, exhale through the nose. Good. Second time again. And one more time. Okay. And relax. So if you do at least three times, yeah, every day. See, we met last time, and before that, like we are just facing this situation. I think maybe from the end of Feb or first week of March, right? So you can protect yourself, but you can protect the society as well, right? The third breathing before starting the diet part, I really wanted to do that. The breathing techniques, that's really, it's fantastic for the supply for the brain oxygen supply. And the second is how you can increase your lung capacity. So I wanted you to first close your right nostril with the right thumb, right? Close your right nostril with the right thumb. Take a deep breath from the left nostril and hold breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale left nostril. Okay, we did with the right nostril. Inhale, exhale, same nostril. Now next is close your left nostril with the left thumb. Inhale, right? And hold breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and exhale left. Great, good. Now I won't take 3 times because you will repeat. I trust you. So the next is what we are going to do. That's also very interesting. For facing again, I don't want to take the word actually negative, but to face the situation. Yeah, face means the situation is not positive. Okay, so take a deep breath and just hold breath. Let's see, like 20 counts, 30 counts, and exhale. Ready? Okay, take a deep breath. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and exhale. See what I did actually. One breath, hold for 30 counts at least. Yeah. If you are able to hold for 30 seconds, 30 counts, you are safe. You are good. No problem. That's a very simple test, right? So let's talk about the diet actually. And it's very interesting topic. It's a very vast topic. The diet part is like what you can eat for the peaceful mind, for the divine, graceful life. Actually, we always talk about the diet part, but we sometimes miss the part of the antioxidant part, which actually it's for the free radicals, it's for the detox. Yeah, I can see like some people, they drink less water. Before diet, I really wanted to mention about that, the water part, right? But I'm very happy that the people are drinking water. Yeah, drinking water, and as you drink the water, you can see your mental changes as well. You feel happy, right? You feel happy. You will communicate with the people with your freshness. Like when you have an indoor plant, if you just splash some water during 3-4 times, how this plant will like just bloom. Exactly how you can drink the water during the day. Yeah, even we have seen the thought process also. Like some people, I definitely uh, advise people not to smoke and not to take the wine or liquor, right? Or not to take the non-veg part. That's also different. But I definitely advise the people, sip of water. Yeah, water is the best medicine in the world. Yeah, uh, be, because you can't stay without food, but you can't stay without water, right? So the water at least you should consume with the type of work you have, like moderate, sedentary, or heavy. Uh, at least 8 to 10 glasses water, right? And the water actually, how you can make interesting, like in India, we add some basil leaves or tulsi, but you can add mint leaves with the ginger and the lemon. Like if suppose I advise you to take 3 liters of water, 10 to 12 glasses of water, so 1 liter bottle, 1 liter water, you can have a mint, lemon or lime and ginger. The second liter, spices like cloves, cardamom. You can add even fresh turmeric as well. Yeah. The third liter, the third 1 liter water, you can add some berries or kiwi or fruit. Yeah. So you can have the different type of nutrition as well. You are also consuming the 3 liter of water. That's the basic idea of that, right? The second is the water when you take, there is a difference between the lukewarm water, normal temperature, and hot water. I would suggest you can have a hot water, definitely 1 or 2 cup in a day, like tea and coffee, how you drink that. So what you do, you can just squeeze some lemon in that, right, in a hot water. And I would definitely suggest that's a 1 cup of lemon, hot water, 1 cup of add coconut oil, virgin coconut oil in hot water, and add some organic turmeric powder, like 1/4 teaspoon of turmeric powder and the 1 teaspoon of virgin coconut oil. So 2 type of drink, if you take with the hot water, that's also take care of our entire body, and the rest of the water according to the environmental changes that you can take the water. So the next part is for the diet. Uh, Definitely all these seeds, nuts, they're fantastic, good fat. And when you take the like hemp seeds, flax seeds, linseeds, sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, and more. So that also works as the anti-aging, because it's a very good fat, and it really takes care of our skin as well, right? It's take care of our hair, our skin, and the energy level, right? So I always suggest when you take the almonds, like let's start about the almond, at least 5 to 7 number of almond you should take, but take it with the soaked almonds. 12 hours to 14 hours you should soak that almonds. Why to soak? It changes the chemical composition actually. It's very good for your omega-3 as well as for the digestion, and it's a very good source of protein as well, right? Walnuts you can have. That also you can soak it in the water 12 to 14 hours and you can consume that almond and walnut, right? The other dry fruits, like you can have a hazelnuts, but it's very fatty. The figs, dry figs as well. So you can have a different dry fruits, but fresh fruits, again fresh fruits. Like berries are fantastic, and before berries even, what you have seasonal fruit. That's the best. Don't take the frozen fruits and foods. As much as if you can avoid, great. But when you consume the seasonal fruits, that's also take care of your vitamin C, your vitamin E, and it's a fantastic for the antioxidant. It cleans our liver, it cleans our small intestine, and you eat. I would suggest instead of having fruit juice, you can chew it. You can eat it, because when you chew it in with the saliva, it goes and it improves the liver function. So as much as if you eat, you will get the full fiber, and definitely you will get the benefit of that. And about the grains now, like we have a simple grains and the complex carbohydrates kind of thing, like wheat, buckwheat, you have a different millets, you have a quinoa, couscous. So when you have the quinoa or couscous or buckwheat, so when you add with the vegetable, so you can bring down the glycemic index down, and that preparations, like that recipes, actually it's very healthy. You won't trigger your sugar level high. That's very good for your heart. That's very good for your pancreas. It's good for your all the joints. So when we talk about the diet, when we have a balanced diet, yeah, I never ask people to don't eat like 3 meals, but eat 3 meals like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But between 2 meals, you can have a snack, fruit, healthy snack, yeah, healthy snack. And of course, you can watch your steps, how many steps you can do, right? Like some people, they say we just do 2,000, 5,000 steps, but no, at least to maintain and keep healthy yourself, at least you should do 10,000 steps per day. And see my experience last 6 months, what I have actually did for me. Okay, since childhood, I am a meditator. Like I really love meditation. It's like my prana. Yeah. So, but what I have experienced now in this pandemic situation, I actually wake up in the morning, 3:30 in the morning for the meditation. And that's I did the combination with the steps. Like I ask people to do 10,000 steps, or okay, as a fitness person, I just do 20,000 steps per day. But you know that synchronize your mental health and the physical health. And I'm just front of you now, like with the God's grace, or with the taking care of health. Actually, I feel more enlightened. Yeah. So I wanted you to be also enlightened with this some exercise. So I wanted you to stand, and we are going to do some steps like aerobic exercises. Yeah. Ready? Okay. See, the steps actually 120 steps you can do in 1 minute, or 150 steps, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You can just make formation, yeah? Different in a different step. You can just go further, and back, and just sideways. And you can just roll on. Right to left and left to right. Okay, I am just, what I am doing, just using just one place. And again, with your hand movement. And now, tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Very good. Good. And clap. Right and left. Right. Good. Clap, 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 clap. And change. This is a very good exercise because our two hands with our switchboard and jump and tap, jump and tap. You will get the both benefit. All our lymphatic system also needs the blood circulation, and it's very good for pumping for our heart. And change, and change, change, change. Keep your calf muscles straight, stiff. And change. And that's good for your lungs. And above your head. And again, you can tap. Both hands, one hand up and down, up and down, up and down. Come on. Good, 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 good. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. And now, sideways. Tap, 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 and change. Appreciate yourself. You did a good job. Right hand on your left shoulder. Good, good, good. And take the right hand, back, 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 and change. Tap. Tap and steps. Tap and steps. Tap and steps. Tap, step. Tap, step. Good. Left hand. Appreciate yourself. Tap, tap, tap. With your leg movement. Leg movement. Tap, 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 and back. Back, back, back. Good, good, good. Very good. Back, 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 and change. Tap and step. Tap and tap and steps. Tap and steps. Tap, step. Tap, step. Tap, step. Tap, step. Very good. Tap, step. Tap, step. And again. And again. Little bit heart rate is up. That's fine. And both hands. With the steps. With the steps. Good. And back. Tap, 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 tap. Aside. And slowly. Just movement of your right and left. Both hands at the waist level. And both hands together. And again, just both hands together. And you can just feel the echo inside. And the breathing, inhale and exhale through the nose again. Like we did Namaste pose. Namaste pose is actually you're giving respect to yourself and you're giving respect to others. So whatever in my mind, which I really don't like, just forgive and forget. That's what we need, and we will receive the blessings, dua from everyone. Every day without fail. Do this for the first is for you, first is for universe, gratitude. And in this Namaste pose, we are going to perform Om chanting 3 times. Take a deep breath and 3 times Om chanting. And just again have an angelic smile is on your face. One more time. Now you can sit on your chair. So actually, what you feel when we did this little bit practice of the simple tips, yeah, it makes a lot of difference. And actually we have everything inside in cognitive way, but we don't have to even open up. We don't have to, like, mind is saying something and we are not able to understand actually. See, we have everything within and surrounding. So what actually I really want to share from my bottom of the heart, what I want to share, just make the practice. Just make the practice. The time is not for that now, to just listen and you will think when to implement. No. Now that time has gone. That time has gone. And in fact, we are just now going in 2021 in just few days. So what I feel like, we don't have 1 second even to, you can't stop yourself from the good habits and good things, and for why you should enjoy the divine life. Yeah, everyone has a right of that actually. Now because we don't know what is next, like who has seen tomorrow kind of thing. So let's do that. Let's make the pledge today. Let's make the, just do it and just let go. Whatever is there, just let go. Don't keep any clutter. Don't keep any baggage. Yeah, like we say, mindful eating, mindful thinking, and just do meditation. From my heart, I really wanted you to spend time yourself now. Spend time yourself. You are blessed actually. Like you have everything around you. I really thankful to Healing Our Earth team. It's a wonderful thought of their team thought that they really wanted to show front of the globe what we can imbibe the good things. Doesn't matter who is there today, but the later on, people will talk, people will think, right? So what actually, if any question, you're welcome to ask.
Sure, Sister Sujata. This was, my God, very, very interesting a topic to talk about. Very interesting to actually participate in some of these exercises with you. I remember from our last session, you made me jump up and down all the time. But let me tell you one thing, this moment actually increases your heart rate. It just gives you that supersonic energy that one needs to get just before the start of the day. So really well done, well stimulated, well tapping to get the blood flow going. So I think from the exercise viewpoint, you had an amazing session which just stimulates a person very, very quickly. So thank you for sharing that. My one question for the benefits of the viewers would be, earlier you mentioned about soaking almonds and soaking walnuts, which is also good for your joints, for your body. You said about 5 to 7 almonds to take. Is that correct?
Right, right. 5 to 7 almonds. It's, you know, actually that's also, it's a generalized 5 to 7 almonds.
Okay.
But if the person has like, if their uric acid level is higher side, so we ask them to take less, even 3. But if the person is in a high protein diet, they can have 8 to 10 numbers of diet. 8 to 10 numbers of almond, right?
Sure. And you also said the same thing about walnuts, and you reckon that we should soak the walnuts and have them? Is that a better way to do it?
Yeah. Walnut should be soaked, but 2 numbers of walnut, not 8 to 10 numbers or 5 to 7. No, 2 walnuts are enough for the weight, like 60 kgs, 70 kgs or.
Okay. So would you say that we can soak this, keep them dried up and then have them, or do we need to soak them every night?
Yes, like at least 12 to 14 hours before consuming, it should be soaked, yeah? So like, suppose like evening 6 p.m., if you soak it and take it morning 6 p.m., if you wake up at 6 a.m., it's 12 hours or 14 hours, right?
And this is something you do daily. It's not like 5 days a week or 6 days a week, is it?
Oh, it's like, I know people, they are taking last 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, and they're fantastic.
Wow, that's amazing. So it's a 7-day week cycle. It's not like we take a break on the weekend, is it?
Oh, no. Definitely not. Because I think when the benefits are more, we don't want to miss that, right?
Yes, no, absolutely. And I also very much would like to comment on the fact that loved your idea of the 3 liters of water, one with the slices of lemon, one with all the spices like turmeric, cardamom, cloves, cinnamon, and one with the berries. I think that's a very good way to get the flavors of water through the day and to keep yourself hydrated. And I think that was a very, very nice tip that you shared. So Sister Sujata, thank you so much for coming on Healing Our Earth. It was our immense pleasure to have you on board with us and giving us such amazing health tips. So once again, from Healing Our Earth, a namaste to you, and thank you for being with us today.
And namaste to my dear host, Lalitji. Namaste and wish you all the best for entire globe. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti to you. Thank you very much. And you know what? We are still going to be in India. We were in Abu, at Mount Abu in Rajasthan with Sister Sujata. We are just taking a short, if we may say, a short road journey to Mumbai. And that's where we meet our wonderful, super awesome Dr. Mickey Mehta. Are we on, Dr. Mickey? I can't hear you, so maybe we may need to unmute you. Aha. So, yeah, not yet. I can't hear you very well, Dr. Mickey. We need to unmute, if you can physically unmute yourself. Not yet.
Okay, now?
There we go. Wonderful. So we have just taken off from Mount Abu, and from all the serenity from the Brahma Kumari, Sister Sujata, here we come to Dr. Mickey Mehta. Dr. Mehta, we are connected now?
We are always connected.
Always connected. A global namaste and a very, very warm welcome to you, my dear friend. How are you today?
Lalit, I'm as good as you left me last time, vibrant and radiant.
Vibrant and radiant, and that's how I want you to be all the time, and that's what you prophesize, is to be vibrant all the time. I would love to share what you do with the audience. Dr. Mickey, we have this amazing Healing Our Earth, which is actually a global platform. People from all over the world are listening to our sessions, and just in case they've missed your last session, I want them to know who you are. So bear with me while I talk a little bit about you to this wonderful audience, these soulful people who we want to spread well-being and wellness through you today. Allow me to say a few things about you, Dr. Mickey.
Please.
So, Dr. Mickey is going to be today talking about mind is medicine. Mind maximized, mankind Mickey-mized. He comes up with these lovely slogans of Mickey-mized, and I just absolutely love them. So mind is maximized, mankind is Mickey-mized. How does that happen? Well, Dr. Mickey Mehta is a leading global holistic health guru and a corporate life coach for 39 years to the Bollywood superstars, to the top politicians, to India International, to several Miss Worlds and Miss Universes. He has also trained the police, the army, the navy, and the Air Force personnel. An honorary double doctorate in holistic health and life sciences. He's done this from the Open International University of Complementary Medicine. Mickey has won many awards and also is an author of a bestseller, The Shunyam Quotient and Lose Weight, Gain Shape. He is a speaker at the Harvard University and also as a TEDx speaker and conducted holistic workshops globally. As an author, poet, philosopher, the brand, the institution, the legendary Dr. Mickey Mehta, who gets you energized, naturalized, optimized, maximized, and this is all through his wellness revolutionized, and he will get you totally Mickey-mized. None other than our Dr. Mickey Mehta. Dr. Mickey, welcome on board. And you know what? I'm not going to take up any more time because I want to listen to you. The audience wants to listen to you. So welcome on board and a global namaste, dear friend.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
So happy to be a part of this Heal Our World initiative. And Lalit, I want to see you. Hi, yeah, I can see you. So Lalit, You know, Lalit, your energy is also very infectious. And when I say mind is medicine, Lalit, it's all about resonance. And your energy resonates with mine. So that becomes healing in nature. And everything and anything that is healing in nature becomes medicine. Your smile across the laptop, across the 7 seas, is also very infectious and healing in nature. And everything that heals is also medicine. So your smile becomes a medicine. Your energy becomes medicine. Everything about you and me across board, long distance, we correlate, and it's non-local. In real time, in here now, we connect. That is medicine. Mind is medicine. The laughter we share, the joy which comes up. Now, all these things put together literally create a level of homeostasis in your being. Because what happens is, when you're smiling, when you're laughing, when you're breathing, when your energies are high and buoyant, psychologically and emotionally, you're so fulfilled. And when you're psychologically and emotionally fulfilled, and we are absolutely riding the high wave, you're also breathing rhythmically. And when you're breathing rhythmically, you're well circulated, well oxygenated. So all this translates as healing, as medicine. And everything is happening in the mind. Everything is happening in the perception. Non-local correlation with infinite possibilities of infinite organizing capabilities of this universe that we connect. So can you imagine if 7 billion hearts were to chop together? 7 billion minds would smile together. 7 billion set of eyes could have one common vision of heal the earth, heal our world. Mind could seriously become the best medicine on this earth. So what happens is, this regulates us, this integrates us, this consolidates us, this gets us cleansed, this gets us purified, this brings us in rhythm, this brings us in flow. And everything about rhythm and flow is healing. It is healthy. It is organic unity. And it is a medicine. So of course, your endocrine system is charged. It's stimulated. Your hormones are secreted. Your happy hormones, your dopamine hits. And can you imagine? It is happening in real time across 7 seas. So this is medicine. When you are just about to eat a lovely fruit or a lovely salad or a lovely soup or a lovely juice or coconut water, even before you put it in your mouth, the very intention begins to heal you. Haven't we heard about Pavlovian theory? That we drool just with the thought of it. So mind becomes medicine even where food is concerned. Even with a great idea that in the next half an hour, I'm just going to go and sleep very well. I'll take a hot shower. I'll have my chamomile tea and go to bed. The healing starts with that thought. So mind is medicine. And when you give great hugs to people, when you send out blessings to people, when you send out your love and high fives, and when you receive love, when you forgive people, and when you give people, once again, the limbic resonance happens. So mind once again begins to behave like medicine behaves in your body. So mind can be a great healer, or mind could be a great destroyer. So mind can become Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer, or mind can be Hippocrates, the father of medicine, the biggest healer on this earth. So literally, for your mind to be medicine, your mind has to be calm, cool, composed, collected, integrated, relaxed, void of thoughts, filled with light of awareness. Perhaps that is what we call mindfulness. Actually, there is nothing full and filled inside, but pure light of awareness. after the mind is empty. I think I told you last time also, the Zen philosophy,
Yes, you did.
empty your mind and mind the emptiness. And when you mind the emptiness and allow it to be like a river flowing, like the ripples of the oceans flowing, like the tides, moon phases coming and going before its empty screen, and you purely just become a witness to it, mind becomes medicine then too. So, mind is medicine is a great connotation I discovered in the COVID period. When you are completely healed from inside, there is no fear, there is no anxiety, there are no insecurities. So, as I told you last time, our famous Bruce Lipton, the leading microbiologist of the world, says your belief can change your biology. Dr. Mickey Mehta says your faith can transform your physiology. Breathing and meditation can change your hormonology. Prayers can change your psychology. Can you believe? Can you believe this? And this is all happening in the domain of the mind. And the domain of the mind, as described by Deepak Chopra, is called the quantum domain. You know, the recent science says that when you dissolve your mind completely into this universal soup, this universal ocean, then, you know, Lord Shiva said, Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande. As is the micro, so is the macro. You literally are the universe. You are no different from the universe. You know, the lines of separation get obliterated and you become a sacred geometry, you know, blurring and merging with the sacred geometry of the cosmos. Your unit rhythm gets synchronized with the unity rhythm of the cosmos. So there is congruence of geometry. Then there is confluence of energies. Now the confluence of energies, Varun, Nasi, Varun, Asi, Varanasi, coming together. Ganga, Jamuna meeting at the point becomes Saraswati, a new entity is born. So mind is a place, or mind is that space where you can constantly create and produce. Mind is a space for constant creativity, not for constant destructivity, but for which your mind has to be flow. It has to be in the flow, it has to be in the rhythm, and in the rhythm of your heart throb. And when your heart throbs with the throb and pulsates with the throb of the universe, and when that aligns with the axis of the earth, and when that aligns with the moon phases, and when that aligns with the tides, and when that aligns and synchronizes with the time, your mind becomes pure medicine. And I mean, I can keep going on, and your mind-gut axis is established. And when in the mind-gut axis established persona, you sit in Sukhasana. So there is a prefrontal consonance of you with this universe. There is this kind of orgy of energies that you're having with this universe, and you feel this oneness of flow. So Radha flows out of you. Dhara comes back to you. Dhara flows out of you. Radha comes back to you. Then the rhythm of your life, rhythm, Ritambara Pragya, rhythm. The rhythm of your life becomes Rama. Rama, if you reverse, becomes Amar. And Amar in rhythm is Amarutya. And once again, mind is medicine. So actually, your spirit expresses through the empty nuances of the mind. Otherwise, your spirit and your soul is always suppressed. Your soul can only be expressive when your mind is uncluttered, unclogged, defogged, empty. Empty of everything about the past, everything about the future, but everything about the now is being expressed through the spontaneity of the soul, the creativity of the soul, the artfulness of the soul. So it is said that art is unconscious religion and religion is conscious art. Here too, your mind becomes medicine.
Very true. Very true. Now, that was an awesome explanation and in depth with many examples how the mind is what is the most important. You conceive every thought in your mind and you make it happen. Now, this
Very
is a
true.
very common notion that say a thought is implanted in your mind, and you action, you feel it, you put it into action, and you get the results of it. So I have a question for you.
Yep.
You know, this is something that a lot of healthcare practitioners or probably a kind shoulder that you rely on will tell you. If you are going through a difficult time, or if you're going through an illness or disastrous illness, the big cancer word or whatever it is, you know, you've got life that you're fighting for. And you get told often, don't worry about it. It's all in the mind. Fight it, conquer it. You will make it through. Now, how does that thought process affect your mind? And how does that come up into action? And how does that whole work? Can you shed some light on that, Dr. Mickey?
So the whole aspect of the fight and the whole aspect of conquering comes out of duality, which means your disease is the other, which means there is a subject-object split, which means there is something else other than you. But actually, everything is you and yourself. You are the universe. Aham Brahmasmi, Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande, Tattvamasi. So this is that is this, and this is all that is. So there is nothing different, there is nothing separate. The biggest pain comes out of the illusion of being separate and different and distant from the other. So cancer could be a part of you, asthma is a part of you. Watch it with compassion, watch it with empathy. So time is not steady, the void is not steady. This whole universe is an ambit of movement. If movement has brought you to dis-ease, with the same movement you can get back into ease. If movement has brought you to disorder, with the same movement you can choreograph your change and bring it back to order. There is no other to fight. You are your own self. Your disease, your ailment has culminated into you. You have given rise to it. Now you neutralize it. So
Perfect.
Don't fight it. Don't conquer it. Simply love it. Empathize, sympathize, naturalize, energize, neutralize, and then get Mickey-mized.
I love it. I knew that was coming somewhere. I just absolutely love that. Now, I've got a question. How do I naturalize? How do I empathize? How do I sympathize? And how do I Mickey-mize? So, Mickey-mize, we'll definitely hear from you in a short while. But what are the kind of thoughts? What should we be feeding our brain? Say, for instance, let's take this pandemic, COVID infection, and it's there within us. How do we then tell ourselves mentally, I empathy, I sympathy, I look after you, I love you, and I'll get better? What are the thoughts we need to put in our mind?
Okay, so let me tell you one thing, that if we begin to analyze that is pandemic born out of your physiology, born out of your biology, born out of your psychology, born out of your ideology, forget all that. Simply breathe it out. Where it comes from is not the question. How you will deal with it is the answer. The answer is that we should be like lotus in the muck. Kichal mein kamal ki bhati. Kichal mein kamal ki bhati. So a lotus is symbolic of purity. And your life should be like that. And everything is coming into you, as I said, Radha Dhara, the whole cycle of Radha Dhara. Now, breathe it out. Breathe it, weed it out, sift it out. How? You can literally cleanse yourself, fortify yourself with the rays of the morning sun. First thing in the morning. Then, if you remember, I told you last time, Lalit,
Yes.
have breath for breakfast. and soak yourself in the sun. Okay? Have breath for breakfast, soak yourself in the sun. Then, once again, the congruence of sacred geometry of your body with the body of the universe. So become a peacock, become a stone, become a tree, become a small rolled ball, become a plow, become a candle. And when that congruence of energies happen, that is the time your body gets self-regulated. Any kind of disease, any kind of virus, any kind of germs and bacteria, they get annihilated because your resistance, your immunity is at all-time high, because your motions, your movements, which are dynamic in nature, give rise to the stimulating aspects of endocrine. Your hormones, your glands, your T cells, your B cells, your thymus begins to behave. Your bone marrow begins to behave. Your white blood corpuscles begin to behave. Your antibodies express themselves well. And your respiratory tract is completely vibrating. You are, flushing out all the toxins from your 5 lobes of your lungs. You are refilling saturated oxygen once again back into them. You become a bundle of radiance and vibrance. The life of COVID is not more than 14 days. But your evolution and my evolution has been around for 14 billion years, Lalit. Let us not get compromised. Let us get energized, maximized, naturalized, and get Mickey-mized.
I love that answer. It's going to be playing up in my mind all the time. Energized, revolutionized, Mickey-mized.
Internalized, eternalized, synergized, synchronized, mesmerized, hypnotized, regularized, specialized. With Lalit Sudh, get initialized to get Mickey-mized.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mickey. So I love this. I love this idea of soak yourself in the sun, breathe for breakfast, and then connect with the universe. So that aspect of connecting with the universe, are you suggesting from what you mentioned, become a tree, become a peacock, become a rock? Are you suggesting some yoga practices of that nature?
Yes. See, yoga, Lalit, yoga is a principle. Yoga is a philosophy. Yoga does not only mean postures and asanas, but yes, when I refer to these postures scientifically, yes, I refer to asanas. Asanas are postures in a poetry. That which has flow, that which has rhythm, that which has power to transform, that which has the power of change. And when you are doing it, you are the choreographer of your change. And when I say asanas, which are postures in poetry, and when I say asana, the A is the seat of awareness, the seed of awareness from where you teleport into multi-dimensional space and dimensions. And once again, the feeling of being knit into the same fabric, becoming one with the same wholesome energy, becoming one with the wave, one with the ripple, one with the particle, one with the ocean, one with the sky, and one with the ether, one with the earth, and one with all Panchamahabhutas, one with all the dhatus, tattva se sattva. From elements rise, this is the reality of righteousness, tattva. And when these tattvas are perfectly balanced in the right ratio, we are 72% water, 12% earth, 6% air, 4% fire, 6% ether. And when this ratio is established through the congruence of yoga, through the confluence of yin yang, through the consonance of your prefrontal cortex, and through the resonance of your limbic brain, you are said to be in perfect equilibrium with this universe. You are healed. Your mind behaves as medicine.
Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now I've got a question for you once again. And you know, my questions are never ending, Dr. Mickey, when I speak with you.
Bring it on.
You're a bundle of knowledge that I can't just get enough of your knowledge from you. So here is another one. I'm going to ask you, like recently, obviously since the pandemic, when the lockdown that took place in March for England, and it's everybody saying it's been there since February, so about 9-10 months of this pandemic that we've been going through, patients must have come to you. Patients must have come to you for help, for mental help, for nutritional help. What are the typical recommendations you would give to a client of yours? I mean, that's
yeah,
asking you for all your tips now, yeah? But
that's
may.
okay. You won't get it free. Next time you meet me, you have to give me a big hug.
Hey, it's over here, virtual one. It's coming to you right there.
100%. So I would say, I don't use the word patient for a simple reason that I treat them as me, a part of me. And when I treat them as a part of me, I'm looking into myself. I'm looking into a reflection of me. And I'm correcting something which is maybe disorder or wrong in me. So that's number one. So then automatically empathy comes, because I am in the shoes of someone who is in the experience of the disorder and dis-ease. So when I get into the shoes of the experience of disorder and dis-ease, I begin to see it all in that state of being. And when I see it all from that point of view, the person begins to eat out of my palm, because there is a surrender value. Because I endorse the reality of that person. And I don't debate and I say, you are just acting and this is just drama and you are unnecessarily accentuating your situation. There's nothing like this. Come on. No, what you need to do is, once you empathize, you understand, you see from their point of view, and they completely drop all their guards and they surrender. You start with oneness and they end up becoming one with you. And when they end up becoming one with me, I bring their rhythm back with food. I bring their rhythm back with rest. I bring their rhythm and healing back with activities of the day, which also includes yoga, which also includes walks in the parks, which also includes basking in the sun, which also includes lots of laughter. And they literally, by default, I tell them to hug 15, 20 people a day. Right from your lovers to your children, to your siblings, to your friends, to your neighbors, to your parents, to your in-laws. The more hugs, the more rhythm, the more energy, the more resonance, the more confluence, the more empathy, the more sympathy, the more flow, the more rhythm. And you become a hotbed of energy. Your immunity constantly keeps rising. And this is the way I heal most people, with natural elements, and I use love as the single most tool for transformation. And so love, rest, prayer, meditation, breath, yoga, and of course, the key which people do 3 to 4 times a day is your food. So I tell people कि अगर भोजन हो तो शाकाहारी हो वरना ना हो, जैसे मुझे हो तो नथुराम जैसी हो वरना ना हो. So शाकाहारी भोजन, भाई हम देसी लोग हैं, शाकाहारी बनो, शाकाहारी जियो, and पौष्टिक भोजन खाओ. पौष्टिक भोजन से हमारे संस्कार, our sanskaras, our sanskriti. See, from sanskars, your sanskriti is born. From your sanskriti, your sabhyata is born. From your sabhyatas, your gunas are born. And from your gunas, your sattva gun is born. So in your sattva gun is healing in nature. So whichever disease, so when I treat the cancer patients, or when I look after HIV, or when I'm working with polio or paralysis, or when I'm working with octogenarian who can't even step out of the bed, but a year down the line, they're walking in the woods for 8-10 kilometers every day. They can't even sit straight. All you need to do is begin to reverse, 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 reverse. I have a program called Reverse Your Universe. So death has no right on life. Death is the culmination of diseases. Diseases are the culmination of your choices. Choose evolution over entropy always. The entropy is nothing but time, matter, space, light, motion, mass, causation, effect. And evolution is nothing but simply yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dhyan, dharana, samadhi. Discipline, postures in poetry, regulated breath, internalizing of senses, putting attention, focus your energies on transformation, and getting into and dissolving into the ultimate universe.
This is again an awesome explanation that you've given about universe, about evolution, about health, and about self-healing. A very good comment that you mentioned earlier, and the Hindi-speaking people probably grasped it, but I really want you to say that in English. Shakahari bhojan, varna no bhojan, and muche ho to nathuram jaisi varna na ho.
Okay,
So if you can say that in English, I'd love to hear that.
Okay. So there's a, Amitabh Bachchan's favorite dialogue that should you have mustache, it should be Nathuram's, or rather don't have it, like Lalit.
And so
Now,
are you saying you are a Nathuram?
Yes. Now, when it comes to bhojan, bhojan. Bho comes from bhog, and jan means together. See, our Sanskrit and Sanskriti is so profound. So when you eat together, you energize together. You come into the rhythm of harmony together. So bhojan means food. See, food is a very shallow word in English. See, there is antar sahanbhuti, which is empathy in English, but empathy is not the same. There is anubhuti in Hindi, but in English there is experiencing, but it's still not as profound. There is civilization in English, but in Hindi it is sabhyata. In English it is still not profound. English is a language for poor people. Sanskrit is a language for wealthy and rich, which means wealthy and rich in philosophy, in intelligence, in profundities, in evolution, the wealth of evolution. So I would say, so when you use the word swastha, when I say mind is medicine, swastha, swast means health. So swastha mein there is astha is in swastha. Astha is faith. So swayam mein sthit, swayam mein upasthit, swayam mein astha. And from the word swastha comes swas, your breath. And from the swas, from the rhythm of your swas comes swara, the notes. From the swara comes sura, the sound. From swara and sura comes sangeet. And from this sangeet, we become tarangeet, that is a bioelectricity.
And through that, we get Mickey-mized, isn't it?
And then we get harmonized, we get optimized, we get energized, and we get Mickey-mized.
Absolutely right. This is so nice. Now, it's amazing to talk about well-being, wellness, and everything. And we are all going towards that health that we all want. And this also, with your talk, leads me to a very common, these days, a very, very common word, a terminology that people are talking about, mindfulness. How do you bring in mindfulness in your healing, if you do? Or what do you think about it? And share your concept of mindfulness with us.
So mindfulness is not an appropriate terminology or connotation at all. Let me tell you, to begin with. I would say empty mind or nothingness is the real terminology. So mind has to be empty. Because only in empty mind can your consciousness and awareness grow. So in Hindi we say Chaitanya Man, Sachetan Man. And let me tell you something very funny, that Manushya jo man ka mara, which means one who works out and lives out of mind, is Manushya, man ka mara. Purusha, jo purak, who is complete, pura. Wo Purush Uttam, Purushottam, Purushottam. Purush Uttam is actually Purushottam. Uttam means the highest grade, highest ladder of evolution. So mind is actually should be a blank slate where the movie and the scene of the life is being played out and consciousness filled in it, watching it, not attaching. So vairagya is happening. that you see the transient nature of life and you don't get carried away with it. Mind runs with life, but consciousness stays with life. Consciousness is seamless. So there is continuity in discontinuity, there is discontinuity with continuity. So once something is happening, you latch on and you don't run with that. And then there are many things happening and you're not aware. So a conscious mind sees everything running on the screen of the mind before you. So it is said that the dance, the dancer, and the dancing become one experience. There is no separation between the three. This is when your mind is full of awareness.
So mindfulness is not the right term. It's the nothingness which is the right term. Is that correct?
Actually, but nothing, I would still simplify it as no thing. No. No. Neti, neti, neti. So once you deny all illusions of life, and what remains is the real reality of nature. So that means you've denied all illusions, and what remains is the emptiness. That's the reality. That which never changes. That which always changes is not real. So facts are factual, reality is relative, facts are frivolous, and logic is lame, and truth is constant. What is constant is simply is. So truth simply is. What is abides, what abides remains. What is abides and remains perpetuates. What is abides, remains and perpetuates, doesn't change, is constant, is eternal.
Wow. We could sit here and listen to you all day long. In fact, I'm going to talk to the producer, Nil Kumar, and say that we're going to have a session, Healing Our Earth, with Mickey to get Mickey-mized.
It is not a wonder, Lalit, it is not a wonder that somebody like Nil Kumar's word, his name is Nil, zero, mind is zero. Shunya, full of awareness, full of consciousness. Sajakta, Chaitanya Bhav.
Bilkul. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. So that's why he's invented this Healing Our Earth, and he's really getting to over 160 countries have been touched with this. So it's a huge achievement. Obviously, with speakers like yourselves, with people who are coming on board, the lineup of speakers is amazing today. Let me tell you, Dr. Mickey, our time is coming fast approaching to an end. We have 1 minute, and I would like you to share in that 1 minute your one most expensive message that we don't want to pay for.
Okay, great. So I'll quickly in 60 seconds take you through my 10 commandments of wellness. Okay. Commandment number 1. Let wellness be the religion number 1, because religions divide, wellness unites. Wellness cleanses you, integrates you, consolidates you, fortifies you. Your devotion becomes stronger. You'll become a better Hindu, better Muslim, etc. So let wellness be the religion number 1. Commandment number 2. Join Dr. Mickey Mehta's wellness revolution for human evolution, not for weight loss. And the evolution can only come by pursuing your purpose and not chasing the dreams. You pursue your purpose and the universe will fulfill your dreams. Mark Twain said there are 2 most important days in human life. The day you are born, and the second, the day you realize why. I've realized why. I'm here to heal the world. Neil has realized why. He's here to heal the world. And I'm sure Lalit, you also our fellow healer. Commandment number 3. For strong biceps, uplift the poor. Commandment number 4. For strong shoulders, take the responsibilities of the underprivileged. Commandment number 5. For strong legs, be rooted in humility to be better fruited in humanity. Commandment number 6. Sleep every night with a wish to heal yourself. Wake up every morning with a promise to heal the world. Then, of course, 7 would be for healthy eyes, have a collective vision for collective growth. And then you get energize, maximize, optimize, naturalize, internalize, eternalize, evolutionize, revolutionized, mesmerized, hypnotized, synergized, and synchronized, specialized, regularized, revitalized, Most importantly, get initialized, negativity neutralized. With Heal Our World initiative, let's get Mickey-mized.
Amazing 10 commandments. I couldn't write it fast enough. I'm sure this is actually being recorded. So I'm going to go back and slowly write this, unless you're going to be very kind and send us your little clip on this like you always do, your 10 commandments.
I will send it to you. And
Thank
audience, feel free to follow me on my Facebook, Insta, come to me. I'll be happy to help, happy to serve. And I'm so grateful to Neil Kumar and Lalit, and a great platform in service of humanity. Let's all, when 7 billion hearts will beat together, there'll be no poor who will sleep hungry. There'll be no lady who will go unclad. There'll be no senior citizen who will suffer without medicine. And there'll be no family without a roof. Let us all wish and pray that we all live in peace, plenty, and prosperity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mickey. A quick one. How can one connect with you?
Neil has my numbers, so anybody who likes to do anything with me, I'm straight approachable.
Perfect. Okay, so audience, would love to say thank you very much on behalf of all the attendees on the Zoom, on the audience, which is global, to our lovely Dr. Mickey Mehta, and to get Mickey-mized, join him, talk to him. He is a bundle of energy and just radiates this amount of energy all over the world. So thank you for coming on with us. A global namaste to you from Healing Our Earth community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Good night.
Yeah, we move on. Time is fast moving on. My hosting comes to an end. However, there is a speaker coming up who I have read about, Lak Loy. I would have loved to stay for your speech. I'm attending another Zoom session, so I'm definitely going to watch that. However, global namaste to you from me too. Before I move on, I would love to introduce my next host for this show. She is none other than Sheila Dobie. Is that the way I say it correctly, Sheila?
Yeah, Dobie. Well done.
Yes. So Dr. Sheila Dobie, let me tell you a lot about her. She is born in England and moved to the United States of America. She is a whole health dentist. Now that's very interesting. A humanitarian and an entrepreneur. She's also a TV host. Dr. Dobie is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Women of the Year Award. She has also been the recipient of the California Patient's Choice Award. Dr. Dobie takes a special interest in helping the underdeserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dobie was the past president and the dental health chair of the SACDS, the Dental Society. She is a graduate of the American Dental Association, Kellogg's School of Management, Institute for Diversity in Leadership. Her current passion is with working with #Kind20. Dr. Sheila Dobie, welcome to Healing Our Earth. And I have had an awesome journey so far, and I'm sure you're going to have a super awesome journey moving on. Welcome on board.
Thank you so much, Lalit. This was amazing. Getting Mickey-mized, I'm super excited. I wrote down the 10 commandments. It was just so great seeing such a positive perspective with everything going on. So it was just amazing. Tell me, what was the most important thing that you learned, Lalit?
I learned that I am going to get Mickey-mized, energized, super enthusiastic, and all the SIs you can think of.
That sounds like so much fun.
Yes, it was an awesome afternoon. It was really, really good. Yes.
Yeah, I think you're right. We do have to get Mickey-mized, all of us, and raise our energy and make a difference in the world. So I know you have to leave us, Lalit. It was great seeing you again, and until next time, namaste.
And namaste to you. Good luck, Lak Loy. I will listen to your topic for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't miss Lak. He's an absolutely amazing speaker, and he's such a great dear friend of mine. And I even have his book, and it's a nice, big, thick book that takes me a long time to read, and it's really thoughtful. Lak is a good friend of mine, and he lives in London. He is going to be talking about the art of thinking without thinking. Lak is a true white-collar warrior. He has been a City and Wall Street consultant since 1997, currently working in the City of London by day and a senior consultant and self-mastery specialist and martial arts instructor by night. He has direct lineage to Bruce Lee himself, and we all know about Bruce Lee and his amazing mastery of martial arts. He has a personal mission statement that I'd like to share with you. He says, "My chief definite purpose is to inspire, educate, and empower people so that they can live life to its true potential, so they can align themselves towards their personal liberation, self-actualization, and achieve their personal success goals." He calls this martial mind power. As well as being self-mastery specialist and martial arts instructor, Lak is also a medium, chai healer, hypnosis instructor, hypnotist, NLP practitioner, CrossFit coach, personal trainer, and on top of it all, he has a Bachelor of Honors in Computer Science software engineer from British Red Brick University. Lak, that is a lot of stuff that you're doing out there. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me on the show. And thanks for Healing Our Earth for inviting me. Thanks, Sheila, for inviting me to talk today. So namaste to it all.
So Lak, share with us some of your wonderful knowledge that you have. I know there's you've got a list of so many things that you're doing, like CrossFit. I mean, I can see from the muscles there. You're gonna have to do a little bit of your martial arts move. You can't leave without doing one of your, so I hope you have enough space back there.
Might be a little bit difficult, but yeah, we might do. Let's see what happens. Well, first and foremost, it's, the whole, as Bruce said, life is a constant state of learning. Therefore life is your teacher. So, the moment you stop learning, you stop growing and you become stagnant. And just like water, when water becomes stagnant, it becomes stale. So, the key thing is to keep moving. And I always say, move your body, move your mind, move to success, move to success. So it's constant motion. And, we can learn about movement through water and being like water, because water, as Dr. Mickey was talking earlier on, our composition of water in our body and so on. It's really important that we honor that, since we are majority water, and all sentient beings live and thrive through our H2O environment. We have to be mindful of that. So yeah, constant learning, constant growing. And it's not really, some people say, it's adding more strings to your bow. I think it's really about, and again, Dr. Mickey did talk about this, and he made a reference to a quote that, it's about, as a Mark Twain quote that he referenced, that it's not, about adding more strings to your bow. It's about self-realization, is realizing why you put on this earth. And, a lot of people, you talk about how their goal is to discover their purpose. And I think the purpose actually is the goal, is why you're here. And once you know that, then that's all you need to do. And it just happens to be that I was interested in Bruce Lee from a very young age. My parents, they drip fed me Bruce Lee movies. So, I was hooked on Bruce. And it wasn't until later in life, I took up martial arts, and I was always into fitness, and I got into the personal development space through my own process of self-mastery, by being masterless as well as a result of that. So it's not something that, I was in a good place and I carried on. I was at rock bottom and I ended up kind of cultivating my own process through body, mind, and then spirit. And then, through that process, I had an awakening. And through that awakening, I had a self-realization, who am I and who I was. And once you know that, then all there is left to do is to do that thing. It just happens to be through your interest. Actually, it was a culmination of, and it's a bit cliche, but it's actually 100% right, is body, mind, and spirit. And really here we're, and thank you for inviting me to talk today about cultivating anxiety and mental health. And here we are really talking about the body, the mind, and the spirit.
So tell us a little bit about, there's a lot going on in people's minds right now. A lot of people are really stressed out. There's a lot of anxiety. How can we kind of help people out there?
Well, I think first of all, we have to understand where does anxiety come from. And Buddha put it perfectly when he said, the source of all suffering is attachment. Therefore, if we're suffering from attachment, then what is the connection with that to anxiety, potentially depression or worry? Well, it's the fear of losing the attachment. When you fear losing that attachment, you become anxious. Anxiety and depression is something that happened in the past, right? A worry is something that you're attached to happen in the future, right? So, you've got this projection of unresourceful memories from the past, which are projected onto the future because you're living through them. And it creates fear. And ultimately, fear is the thing that's causing all of these psychological issues. So how do you resolve that? Well, first of all, we need to understand something very simple, and fear is physiological. So, when you're hungry, you're going to eat. When you're thirsty, you're going to have a drink. And fear is an adrenal response, just the same as being hungry or being thirsty. It's a natural response that we have, which is linked to our primal self. So as a martial arts instructor, when we spar, when we fight, when somebody goes to competition fight, for instance, right, then what happens is they get that adrenaline dump, which is that primal response. So adrenaline gets dumped into your system, and there's a quick release of energy into the bloodstream that can be used immediately. A whole bunch of other physiological effects take place in the body, which prepare you for three things, right? First one is to fight, right? Now that, you might have heard, the fight or flight response. I call it the flight, fight, or freeze response. Okay, first one is fight. Now you've got a saber-toothed tiger back in the day, that was threatening your existence, or your loved ones put in harm's way. Then you need to fight, right? The other option is you can run, right? So you can get the hell out of there as fast as you can. As a consequence of the adrenaline dump, your body wants to shed weight. So, a lot of people, when they do go into a adrenaline state, they will empty their bladders, and they will also empty their bowels as well. So it's very common, right? So that's what happens. So really that's there to help you run faster because you weigh less, right? And also your abdomen and your digestive tract is not working at the moment because all that blood is redirected into muscles for optimal muscular performance. So the idea is to run as fast as you can or fight as hard as you can. And then the third one is freeze. Now the freeze part of it is when people don't know how to deal with the adrenaline response, and they just literally just freeze up and seize up in the sensation, this new chemical sensation that's flowing down their body, because they're not used to it. So the adrenaline dump is really interesting because when people are getting into a state of anxiety or depression, or they're getting into a state of worry, right, underlying that is there's an adrenaline response going on, but people generally are not used to or know how to deal with that. Martial arts teaches you how to get used to it, how to live in that space, and how to use that in a productive manner. Modern day stress is all caused by the adrenaline dump and the adrenaline not being used. So it causes a whole bunch of physiological problems in your body because you're not using that adrenaline, you're not using that extra energy that's dumped into your system, and it just stays there, and then it becomes sticky, and it turns into plaques in your arteries and so on, and creates a whole bunch of other problems in your body, which can manifest in many different ways. So anxiety, depression, worry is a consequence of fear. So
do you think that's what's happening? Is a lot of people are just overreacting? Little things they should just let them go, but they're overreacting, and then it's just adding up and adding up. Especially during this pandemic, people are worrying about their jobs, they're worrying about their health, they're worried about their loved ones, and they're also feeling lonely, right? Absolutely.
And you're 100% right. it's 100% happening right now. It's happening in the corporate environment. It's happening in the academic environments. It's happening in the home environments. You know, as we go, especially I'm based in the UK, so especially in the West, you know, our societies are becoming more PC. So there's things you can't say, which you would have normally said would have allowed you to kind of get it off your chest, but you can't say it. You have to kind of keep it bottled in. If you're in a corporate environment, for example, you know, I'm an IT professional, so you can't, you know, really channel it outwardsly. You have to keep it inwardsly and then find another way to process that. But if you don't find another way to process that, then that stress is going to build up inside you, for instance, right? And it's going to result in anxiety, depression, or worry, past or the future. And the thing is that you've got to learn how to do that. It's really important that you learn how to process that.
So that's going to lead me to my next question is, do you have any tips or some exercises that you can share with the audience on how to release that stress? Things that most people could do, not the stuff that you do.
Well, you see, there's many ways. I always say there's many roads to Edinburgh, right? You know, just choose one. You know, you can choose martial arts, you can choose dance, you can choose, you know, writing poetry, you can choose anything that, you know, you're interested in, that you've got kind of that's something that resonates with you. But more importantly, it's how do you control the fear, right? And therefore the depression or the anxiety or the worry in the past and the future. And really it all starts in the mind. There's a really famous writer, Dr. Napoleon Hill, and he wrote one of the world's bestsellers. It's probably the first personal development book in the West, which is called Think and Grow Rich. And he's got the one quote that kind of inspired my whole journey on personal development was, what the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve. And it really is about, starting off with intention, right? And then applying energy to that and expanding that part of you. And you can manifest that which you put your focus on. And, you know, when you use that, using the martial mindset, that's what I call martial mind power, is, you know, using the martial mindset to use that energy in a powerful way to create powerful outcomes that are resourceful, not just for you, but for other sentient beings and Mother Earth. So that's kind of, I think, where the crux of it starts. And then Dr. Mickey also spoke about the mind as well, and I completely agree with him. And for me, the mind is not your brain, this mushy bit of fat and water inside your skull, but your mind is something that's outside of that. But there's a gateway between your body and your spirit, and it's really about understanding how to cultivate that. In martial arts, when we cultivate in the mind, what we're doing is, and the best example is, I call it sitting in the eye of the storm. So when you're sparring, for instance, there is not a single human being that won't feel a flutter of butterflies in their belly, right, when they're about to spar, when they put the gloves on, stick your gum shields in, and you're about to, you know, go for it. And there's a point there that there's the adrenaline dump starts to kick in. But the key thing is that you need to learn to sit in the eye of the storm. Now, the eye of the storm, if you know a storm, a cyclone, or a tornado, as it swirls, right, in the eye of the storm, it's completely tranquil, but you can see everything happening around you as this cyclone just circles in its chaos, swooping everything up into it. Now, if you lose your center and lose that being at the center of the eye of the storm, you get caught up in that chaos and you get caught up in the swirl. And it's very hard to then recenter yourself from that, which is why a lot of people, when they do start to spin out of control, it's hard for them to do that. So they have to, the best way to do that is for them to reach out to somebody that is centered, which will then pull them back into their own center. All right. So it's really about repositioning. Now, I talked about the body, the mind, and the spirit. So the realignment of that whole process has to happen with all three of those. So the repositioning and realignment of your body, your mind, and your spirit. Now, when those, if any one of those is out of whack and out of alignment, then it will become symptomatic. So, you know, if something's, you know, you've experienced some trauma, then it will eventually show up on your body as an illness, as a disease, as a rash, as a cold, or something of that nature. And I call that the human dashboard. You know, when you're driving a car and you know your fuel's about to run out, you know, the fuel light will go on, and you know that you need to fill up soon, otherwise, you know, you're going to run out of fuel and you won't be able to go anywhere. So you go fill up. If your coolant is overheating, the coolant light will go on, which means that you need to either top up your coolant or something's wrong with your cooling system, because you know something's going to overheat and blow. So you need to, you know, basically open the hood and do some work under the hood. And just like that, when your body starts to show signs that something's wrong under the hood, then something will start appearing. And again, you know, Dr. Mickey was spot on. He said, he alluded to this as well, and he's a doctor, and so he's dealing with this on a daily basis. You know, he picked up on it as well, that something's out of whack, and your illnesses, your ailments, your rashes, whatever is happening on your body is telling you you need to look inside to take care of something. So you got to lift the bonnet.
I like the sound effects that were coming up. Was that like you said the bonnet and it was like bing bing? Was that on purpose?
I have no idea. I didn't even know where. Maybe there's some cosmic horns going off.
I know. I was like, that's pretty impressive there. I think it's really important to really touch upon the fact that the fact that if something turns up in your body, it's often some unresolved issue or something that's in the past. Dr. Mickey mentioned it, and then you've talked about this. So how do we identify something that's not working in our body? Because sometimes by the time it manifests in our body, it's quite late.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think all starts with the thinking. So as I was mentioned a short while ago about Dr. Napoleon Hill's quote, you know, what the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve. It all starts in the mind. So really we need to kind of analyze how we're thinking. And this is, you know, I'm born and raised in the West. So I've got all very, but my parents are from India, from Punjab. So I've got two trails of thoughts, literally two trails of thoughts. I've got the, you know, the traditional Indian way of thinking. There's, you know, a lot based in the metaphysical. And then there's the Western way of thinking, which is completely different. Now in the West, the way you look at things in the West is you look at it very logically, you look at things very rationally, you try and break things down into the lowest unit, right? You atomize things and reduce them, okay, to the smallest parts, okay? In the mystic East, as I like to call it, you look at things totally differently. You look at the whole rather than the parts. And as we all know, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So you've got a very holistic way of looking at things and not necessarily breaking everything down to the smallest unit. But there's a beauty in thinking that way as well. There's benefits in both, right? But we need to kind of understand, you know, where are we sitting? In the West, you get stuck in the mind because you're in this reductionist, atomized way of thinking all the time. This is how you're taught to think at school. This is how you're taught to think at work. This is how you're taught to think, period, right? It's just the way you go about doing things. In the West, is in the East, in the mystic East, it's completely different, right? And again, you know, the East is becoming more Western, right? There will be one day where, you know, the West will become East and the East will become West, and we'll be giving it back to them. But either way, you know, they still exist to a certain point. So what we're talking about here is looking at the whole, right? And I call it the art of thinking without thinking, because there's a way of allowing thoughts to come to you without you actually specifically focusing on conscious thought. Allow your unconscious to receive the messages, right, by its own divine nature. Okay. Now, in the West, we've stopped doing that, completely stopped. We've stopped listening to our intuition. We've stopped listening to our higher self. We stopped spending time being idle, right? Just being idle and just allowing us to sit in the beauty of idleness for the time being and allow, you know, things to come to you, allow you to kind of get inspiration, messages, and so on. You know, some of the greatest inventions in the world were had by people sitting in Balshat and then having, you know, divine inspiration and just shouting a eureka. You know the story, right? And there's many you know, innovators that will say, you know, the most important thing in innovation is to be relaxed and just allow yourself to float and just let the thoughts come to you, because a lot of the ideas are not yours anyway. Because if they were in you, you would know about them, but they come from outside of you. I call them divine downloads. So this is why I wanted to call my topic The Art of Thinking Without Thinking. And I've actually written a book. I've actually launched 2 more books, and I'd like to share with you for those readers that are interested in this. And I'd like to help you understand how to cultivate the art of thinking without thinking. So this is the book. And you can see it's got a very Zen look to it. You've got the Shinto gates. And the Shinto gates represent walking through the gates into your higher self. Now, just give me a second.
That's quite a thick book there. You must have spent quite a bit of time writing that.
Yeah, it's 2 inches thick. It is kind of biblical proportions. There's a lot in there. 750 pages. And really it's filled with 382 koans. Now, what is a koan? Now, the koans are really my medium of communication with the readers, and the methodology I'm using to communicate and to help people learn how to think without thinking. Now, koans are based on a sect of Zen Buddhism from the school of Rinzai. And what the Zen masters used to do was they used to give their Zen disciples, the students, these koans. Now, koans are like philosophical or spiritual riddles. They read quite quizzically. So if you use a very kind of Western mindset, a rational or logical way of trying to break it down, you just won't get it. The idea is to use a very holistic way of sitting with the teachings. And the idea is you'd read a koan, and they're usually quite short, usually like a short sentence or a few words, and you sit with it. And in that moment, what happens is you get this spark, right? This moment of inspiration, but it's so subtle that I would say that it's intuitional rather than even a conscious thought. It's something much more subtle than that. And the idea is really to cultivate your inner ability to try and become aware of those messages that come in and happening inside you. The whole experience will happen inside you. And the Zen masters used to have, I think, in the school of Rinzai, like something like 85 plus koans. And it was, if you were to be credited with as a Zen master, you would either have to understand all 85, or you'd have to come up with your own inspired Zen koan, and it would really have to demonstrate that you really got it. Now, it's of a spiritual nature because it's subtle. It's so subtle. Is you're listening to your inner self, your higher self, and as part of that, the Zen masters used to also, but very seldom, help the students understand the teaching within the koans, and that help that they used to give is what is called essential food. And if a student wasn't getting it, they would then give them a clue, almost like to help them get a bit deeper insight into what the meaning of that teaching is. Now, a Zen koan, there isn't a right or wrong, but there is a guided teaching that the Zen master wants you to attain out of that. And as part of that journey, that's what that koan should reveal inside you. So I've got a koan that I'd like to practice with you. And I wanted to share this with you and share it with all the viewers as well. And I know that some of the viewers know me, so they might have heard this one before. So if you have, then that's wonderful. But I want you to go back to the moment, the first time you went through this. Now, if it's the first time you've ever looking at a Zen koan or hearing a Zen koan, the key thing is just sit with yourself and try to avoid thinking about, and more importantly, just look inwardly and wait for whatever experience that happens inside you. Now that experience could be a split second, right? Or it could be a bit more, but whatever it is, that whole experience will happen inside you in that minuta of time. Okay, so here goes. So the first koan for you is, what is the color of the wind? So when you're ready, you could tell me what comes up for you.
Okay, so I guess I'm the one that's going to answer this question.
Yeah. On behalf of the viewers, right?
The whole 160 countries out there. For me, it's just the first thing that came into my head was blue, but then I guess that's the color of the sky. So, but the word blue, I guess. But really, the wind isn't. I guess I shouldn't overthink it. But there is no color to the wind, right?
Exactly, right? So what happened, and blue is a very common answer as well, but it's not the direction that the teaching should be going in. All right, so, but I'm glad that that's what you got from it in a way, because this is part of your teaching, for instance. So if you just go back to the moment before you came up with blue, what was happening in your mind then?
I could just imagine wind, but I could see the sky behind it. So I think because I could see what's behind it, I wasn't paying attention to the actual wind.
All right, then what happened just before that?
When you said the color of the wind, I think I just thought of like clouds and wind, I think.
Just before the clouds entered your mind?
The color blue of the sky.
Just before the color blue in the sky.
I was probably thinking hard that I had to answer your question.
All right. So it's really tricky, right? Because it's for a split second, for maybe even a nanosecond, right? There was probably a point where your brain just went, right? And
yeah.
What kind of absurdity is that, right?
Yeah,
now, you agree with me, right?
Yeah.
So that moment in time when that happened in your mind is called mu in Zen, right? Now, mu means nothingness, right? And again, Dr. Mickey was talking about this as well, right? Which is brilliant because it's very synergistic. Now, the idea on mu is the void. There's a void happens, right? And that void is what you need to really kind of cultivate sitting in, is that nothingness. Now with that means there can be thoughts, but you're sitting in this nothingness, right? And when you sit in that nothingness, then you're ready to start to receive, right? You can start to listen to your intuition. And intuition is really powerful. I remember the last time I played rock, paper, and scissors with some friends, and I don't know what it was over, but paper came into my head, and I decided I'm going to go against it and play rock, and I lost because if I played paper, I would have won because the other two had, I would have had the losing sides because there were three of us. Now, thing is, right after that, I thought, damn it, I knew it, right? I should have listened to myself. Now, the thing is, we all do this, right? We do this all the time. And we have to learn to trust our intuition. We have to learn to trust our inner spiritual instinct. And we have to cultivate that. And, bringing this back to, the anxiety and the worry and the depression in the past and the worry in the future, is we have to get ourselves out of the mind and start to put ourselves in the no mind. Okay, this is the no mind space. But we've forgotten. In the West, we've forgotten, right? In the East, right, they're forgetting. Okay, so before you know it, we've got to try and maintain this way and this approach of thinking. Otherwise, we're all going to end up with mental health issues, right? So we have to kind of separate ourselves from our mind. When somebody makes you angry, there might be a time that everybody has had a thought that they wanted to hit somebody or they wanted to kill somebody, but you don't do it. You don't act out every thought in your head, because if you did, you'd probably end up in jail or dead, or have a very unresourceful outcome. Now, it just goes to show that you actually are not your mind, and we need to really kind of give ourselves the space that we are not our minds. We can separate our minds from it. So when we go into the holistic way of thinking, the art of thinking without thinking, we're actually saying, hey, mind, a conscious mind, you step away for a second, just get out my way and just let me be, and let my unconscious mind come through. The unconscious mind is you, connecting to your higher self through that vacuous space, the ether. And we've got to learn to tap into that. Otherwise, we're all going to end up with mental illnesses. And, especially with technology. Technology is wonderful, but it's making life fast. And because it's making life faster, expectations are quicker, and there's more pressure. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. So we've got to kind of bring that into check. And we also need to kind of voice these concerns. So I wanted to share another koan with you guys, right? And this is a koan which is related directly to the anxiety part of things. So on page 285, I've got a koan for you. So I'm going to read this out, and I'm going to see what you get, and then I'll just read from the book, the essential food. All right, you ready for this, Sheila?
Yep, I'll pay attention.
Okay, but no thinking.
I won't. Right. Well, that's the problem, right? You overthink these koans. Originally, I'm like, wait, the sky's the wind is clear, but there's blue sky there, and it's exactly what you're talking about, right? When we can't just think, our mind just has so much chatter, and then afterwards you're like, did I do that right? Wait a minute, no, I didn't. And then it's like exactly what the point is.
Yeah. So you critique your thoughts, which is a thought.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what's interesting is even after the event, I'm still like sitting there thinking, oh, I should have said this. And that's exactly what you're talking about. The past should be the past, the present should be the present. And we shouldn't be living in the past, because if I'm thinking about the past, I'm not able to fully be present for your next question. So now I'm going to be Zen and be present.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so here we go. All right, this is for all the viewers and you, Sheila. Enter the grave before death.
Wow. So to me, that would mean into the grave before death, almost like you're not living your life. You're kind of walking around, but you're dead because you're not taking the most out of life.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, you know what? You're pretty spot on. There's a teaching in martial arts, and it's called Learn the Art of Dying. And the idea is to give death to those things that are not serving you anymore, so that you can be alive, right? So we have to learn to kill those things, the illusion that we live in, and the illusion that are distracting us from our true purpose, so that we can actually become alive and become present and live our true purpose in this life. So, when you go into competition fight, for example, right, there's an attachment, right? And again, coming back to the teaching that we started off with Buddha's, the root of all suffering is attachment. If you go into a competition fight, for example, with the attachment to win, the attachment of the embarrassment of getting punched in the face and what your mates might think, the attachment of to the fear of losing. Well, the problem is you've got more to lose now, because now you're attached to those things. But if you accept defeat and you accept death and you accept loss, then all there's left to do is do the best you can. You don't care. Just go in there and give it your best shot, because ultimately that's all you can do anyway. It was the same before, it was the same during, it'll be the same after, right? Just do the best you can. So really it's about celebrating what you've got and doing it to the best of your ability. So once you've embraced death and accepted it and have become comfortable with it, you can slowly step into your true, authentic, higher self, because now you become free of the attachment, right? And then when you're free of attachment, you become buoyant. And I like to use these 3 words, right? Be effortless, easy, and buoyant, right? Because there's no resistance. When there's no resistance, it means not that you're taking a shortcut, right? That's not what that means, but it's do what you need to do, even if it's hard, but don't get attached to making it feel like it's hard. Just make it easy, effortless, and buoyant. I've got one more koan actually that I want to share with you. And this is kind of more of a simple one. But again, I think you'll get it. And this is the whole idea. And if you don't get it, it doesn't matter, because the essential food's there to guide you to understand those insights that I'm trying to convey across to you. So you ready for this one?
Yep, I'm ready. I'm enjoying these.
All right, so this one is, time is now.
So what I get from that is, for us, it's like, okay, we're looking at the time, but it's the present that counts. We shouldn't be looking at the past or worrying about the future. The time that we have is the time that we have presently.
Absolutely spot on, Sheila. Dalai Lama was asked a question about what surprised him most about humanity, and he said, man, because he sacrifices his health in order to make money, then he sacrifices money to recuperate his health, and then he's so anxious about the future that he doesn't enjoy the present. The result being that he doesn't live in the present or the future. He lives as if he's never going to die, and then dies never having really lived. Dr. Deepak Chopra talks about, to change outcomes in the future, every time you are tempted to react in the same old way, ask if you want to be a prisoner of the past or a pioneer of the future. And I want to finish off with this quote, which originally I thought I was going to start off with, but I thought we'll build up to this one. But Lao Tzu, who's the founder of Taoism, and famously attributed to have written the Tao Te Ching, he says, if you are depressed, you're living in the past. If you are anxious, you're living in the future. If you are at peace, you are living in the present. So hopefully there's something for you to take away from that. And most importantly, my little take on it is, to realize your lessons from the past so you can act more consciously today, so you can evolve tomorrow. So hopefully,
wow,
that was useful.
That was amazing, and that was so inspiring. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are new to this kind of work, so it can be quite overwhelming, kind of starting to think like this. So in the last couple of minutes that we have, share with us just how to get started, like one tip that could just help someone out there just to get started on this kind of pathway of being more present.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. Again, it's a Chinese philosophy, and it says, where your yi goes, your chi flows. So if I was to translate that and add a bit to that, I'd say, where your yi goes, where your intention goes, your chi flows, your energy will flow, and it expands, right? So again, circling up to the start with Dr. Napoleon Hill, what the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve, he was talking about the same thing. These secrets, these ancient secrets have been with us right from the beginning, but we've kind of forgotten. Intention, everything starts with intention. The intention is a thought. So you've got to make sure your intention is in the right places, right? So look for resourceful outcomes, okay? Look for resourceful outcomes, not just for you, but your community, your environment that you're in. So everything that you do is done with an integrity and done with an ecology, because you can't build your happiness on somebody else's unhappiness. So we've got to do it as a community. And COVID is a great example right now that you can't go out and start socializing and be happy, because you might be spreading COVID and it will continue to perpetuate. You have to have the discipline to do that in a way that is safe for everybody. So your happiness is now reliant on everybody else's, right? So you have to be careful about the intention and the way you act. So it starts with becoming conscious. And the journey of consciousness is one of self-mastery and self-realization. You need to cultivate your consciousness. But to cultivate your consciousness, you need to become consciously aware there's something to be cultivated first. All help is self-help, and you have to be prepared to do that. If you're in a state of, should I, could I, would I, you're not going to do it. You have to have a certainty. You have to really be willing to put in the effort to do it, have some skin in the game. So, consciousness starts with the self. When you cultivate your consciousness, then other people look at you, especially your close circle, and they'll be like, oh, why are you doing this? And you can start spreading that, because consciousness and raising your human consciousness is like a contagion. And that's really, I think, one of the beautiful outcomes of COVID is that it is raising human consciousness. Absolutely. And look, we've got this forum here, Healing Our Earth, and we're here to raise consciousness. Why? Because people are crying out for it, because people need it. And if that happens through suffering, that's fine, because suffering creates an awareness in us that we otherwise weren't aware of. And now that we're aware of it, now we can decide to do something about it. And we can decide to do something, or we can say, yes, I am willing to help myself and make this change, because I am the change. You make that change, and then you start raising your consciousness. You start to raise your vibratory state, and guess what? Other people are going to start becoming magnetized towards you. They'll be like, what did you do? I want a bit of that. And all of a sudden, you start creating a ripple, a wave in that ocean of consciousness, and it spreads. But at the same time, I was speaking to a mutual friend of ours, Chani, earlier on, and we went for a walk, and we were talking about how there seems to be a shift going on. And I said, absolutely, there is a shift going on. But I said the way to look at it is very simple. It's like if you've ever cooked a lasagna dish, whether it's a vegetarian lasagna, whatever kind of lasagna you like, right? But once you finished it, you've got the dish that needs washing, and nobody wants to wash that dish because it's all crusty and everything's stuck to it, right? But when you start to wash it, right, it's the first thing that happens. It gets mushy and it looks like an even bigger mess than it was before you start to wash it, right? So the process of cleaning is one that actually looks dirtier before it gets better, right? And then eventually it'll be crystal clean. So we're going through that phase, and as a result of that, it's going to be messy, it's going to be mushy, right? But it's okay. Just do the best you can and keep that energy going, keep your intention in the right place. And more importantly, if you don't know how, then seek good counsel from qualified people that have been there, done that, and they have changed themselves. They're not just preaching a message, but they're also a perfect practitioner of that. But remember, anything that you do is a practice. Doctors are general practitioners in the UK because they're practicing, right? Doctory, right? Practice. You must give yourself the space, right, to get it wrong, okay? Because in that there's a lesson, all right? But not to self-critique yourself and self-loathe yourself and self-sabotage yourself, because that's a very common response to somebody that's going through any kind of psychological issues, whether it could be anger issues, anxiety, worry, depression, and so on. So we must be gentle on ourselves, but seek the right counsel. So whichever path suits you, like I said earlier, there's many roads to Edinburgh. It could be martial arts, it could be self-mastery, self-realization, could be our organization, Martial Mind Power, could be you could Mickey-mize yourself. And there's, a whole bunch of, there are so many people out there that have realized that we're all on this planet to heal. We're not only there to heal ourselves, self-realized, but we're also here to carry everybody else with us. And when you start realizing that, then you sit in the space of seva, which is servitude to others. And it's wonderful because this organization and this whole movement is about doing that. So I'm really grateful to be here.
Oh, thank you so much. And that's what Healing Our Earth is all about, is just being there for the community, helping raise the spirits and getting us through this time and making a difference in the world. And thank you so much for your like. And what's the best way to get in touch with you? Do you have a website and some information?
Yeah, it's marshallmindpower.com. Marshall as in MARTIAL. So marshallmindpower.com, and everything's on there. A couple of books on there, and there's a self-mastery 9-step video course on there, and so on. If that's the road you choose to take, you don't have to be a martial artist, but you might aspire to have a black belt mindset, for instance. And if that's something that resonates with you, then by all means, we're here to help. And it's got to be right for you. And if it's not right for you, then do find the road that is right for you, because that's going to be the road that's going to give you the most out of it, that's going to connect with you, that's going to talk in your language. So always implore students to pick the path that's right for them.
Great. So next time we have you on, you're going to have to show us some of your martial arts move.
Okay, all right. Next time I'll show you some.
Or I'll have to come down and eat some lasagna, except you're going to be the one that's cleaning the dishes.
Well, sound like so.
Exactly. Well, great seeing you, and we'll be in touch soon. Thank you for coming on Healing Our Earth.
Thank you so much for all the viewers taking the time out on their Sundays to join us today, and thank you, Sheila, for inviting me to share some of our Martial Mind Power wisdom.
Fantastic. So our next guest, we've had him on our show before. It's Dr. Chirag Pandit. He's going to be talking about sleep and mental health. Dr. Chirag is a board-certified pulmonologist and a critical care medicine specialist. Dr. Chirag is currently serving as a medical director of critical care and respiratory therapy at Stanford Healthcare Valley Care in Pleasanton, California. Dr. Chirag is also certified and trained in sleep medicine and interventional pulmonology focused on advanced procedures, including endobronchial valve placement. He's also another dear friend of mine, so I'm super excited to have him on. Hi, Dr. Chirag, are you there?
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And thank you for taking time away from the family. I know you were busy today and you gave us a wonderful time to help the world.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me, Sheila and Neil, for the opportunity again. It's nice to be back. You guys are doing wonderful work. And, just like I had a chance to listen part of the last talk from Mr. Lachloy, and just like you said, COVID has really changed our mindset. A lot more time to do thinking, a lot more time to do things other than what we have been doing. Just pause and do what we can for our health. So I think that's very true. And definitely lasagna. I think I'm going to ask for lasagna for dinner tonight. So thanks for bringing that up too. That was a good reference there. Very good. So I think when it comes to mental health and overall generalized health, I think sleep is probably one of the areas that's more important than any other parts of our health. And there is so much out there to learn about sleep, frankly, what our body, what our mind, what our physiological systems do when we sleep affects so much of our health in general. And that's where I think one of the major part is our mental health. When it comes to mental health, sleep plays a major role. So I have created few slides that I'll share with you guys just to kind of go over a few things here, and then I think we can probably open the forum for some discussion there. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Is that okay?
Yes. I'm so glad that we're talking about sleep, because a lot of people are really having a difficult time. Like my patients are having a very difficult time sleeping. So this is going to be very useful for a lot of people. So thank you, Dr. Chirag.
No problem at all. Can you guys see the screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Is it there? Good, good. So sleep is very, very near and dear to me because the whole physiology of breathing, ventilation, and that taking place during sleep and how it impacts our overall health has been very intriguing to me since the beginning when I started to learn medicine and since I was a medical student. So I just came across few things that I think I put together. And what I'll try to do is just kind of see what normal sleep pattern is and how disturbance in the normal sleep pattern can impact mental health and our health in general. So when it comes to a normal sleep or sleep pattern in general, I think it's important to just kind of get a good review about sleep cycle. And what sleep cycle is basically rotation of these different stages that our brain goes through when we are sleeping at night. And those are called sleep stages. And each cycle is roughly about close to 90 minutes when we are sleeping. And in a normal sleep, about 7 hours or 6 to 8 hours window, usually will go through about 4 to 5 sleep cycles. And each particular sleep cycle, if you look at it, it starts with all these different stages. If you look at the left side of the image, W stands for wake stage or awake stage. Then you will go into N1 or stage 1 sleep, which lasts for about very short period of time. You're looking at about 10 minutes or so. Then you go to N2 sleep, which is the stage 2 sleep. That's where we pretty much spend most of the time when we sleep, about 50 to 60% of total time through the night and 50 to 60% of time for each particular sleep cycle. And then you will go at the end to REM sleep or dream sleep, which is right here. You see that red thick bar, which shows at the end. And in between these stages, we'll spend some time in N3 or stage 3, which is the deep sleep. Deep sleep is where we can call it as a restful sleep. So the part of the sleep that gives us rest, sort of rejuvenation for next day or the next 12, 14, 18 hours, that's the stage 3 or N3 sleep. And that plays a major role for giving us the restful sleep. REM sleep, or a lot of times is called as a dream sleep, is where the dreams occur. And dreams play a major role in building our memory, building our overall brain development for kids and teenagers as well. So this is a particular cycle that we go through. Each lasts for about 90 minutes. And if you look at it in a typical, again, 7 to 8 hour sleep cycle, some people sleep close to 6 hours, some people close to 8 hours, but usually are within that 6 to 8 hours window. And we go through these stages throughout the night. And in between every stage, there is about few minutes or few seconds our brain is actually awake. And a lot of times we remember waking up and going back to sleep again, which could be part of the normal process when you go from one sleep cycle to another sleep cycle. In this particular example, you can see that you have 4 REM periods, 4 deep sleep stage period, and then you awake in the beginning and awake at the end. That's the ideal way, or the best way possible. However, if someone wakes up about a couple of times at night, but as long as you can fall asleep when you're switching these cycles, that's completely normal pattern. Now, anything that will cause disturbance in this pattern, whether it's a mental illness or physical illness, and we'll talk about this a little bit, will break this cycle, which is what our brain needs, our body needs to maintain through the night. And whenever there is a break in this pattern, you're looking at having less sleep or sleep deprivation. And this sleep deprivation will have all the effects on our body, whether it's mental or physical, and we'll talk about that. I just wanted to put it out there as a basic structure because the goal is to maintain this structure, this cycle. Once we are there, then you're looking at the restful sleep and best mental health possible related to sleep as long as this cycle is maintained. Another example, just to kind of put a pattern out there for dream sleep versus non-dream sleep, or REM sleep versus non-REM sleep, you can see the tips of these. Each peak has a portion which shows REM sleep or dream sleep, which is about 15 to 20% of our total sleep throughout the night. So the time we spend dreaming is at least about 15% or so. A lot of times we don't even remember those dreams, which is completely normal. A lot of times we do remember. If they are close to the time we are waking up in the morning, they're likely we are going to remember them. But this is the pattern that our brain goes through the dream. And again, it's a major portion of our sleep, which plays a role for short-term memory or even long-term memory in general. That's the dream sleep. So as I mentioned again, sleep is directly linked, and many of you are aware, with our mental function as well as the physical health. So both of those things are affected by your sleep, no matter what level particular individual is affected. Sorry about the slide here. There's a little bit stretched out. I apologize. But I just wanted to put it out there for physical impact of sleep as well, and sleep deprivation or poor sleep. And this is the part that I find very intriguing, that how not sleeping well for a long time or even short time can have an impact on so many portions of our body, so many systems of our body, and it's pretty much every physiological or mental system that you can think of. So cognitive impact, memory loss, overall hallucinations, a lot of times attention deficit, a lot of kids, teenagers being diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, a lot of people being diagnosed with depression. They could all have underlying poor sleep quality and sleep deprivation, impaired immune system, getting infections, heart disease, stroke, irregular heartbeat, as well as risk of diabetes, as well as a lot of data coming out that impact on the immune system, now leading to some risk of cancer as well. So in general, it impacts pretty much every system on the body when you have poor sleep or sleep deprivation. So when it comes to mental illness, I think this is one of my favorite slides that I share with a lot of my patients who are dealing with poor sleep or sleep deprivation in general, that this is a vicious cycle. Not sleeping well is your vicious cycle that just continues to go in this circle, keeps going on and on and on. It starts with any kind of stress, any kind of worry they have, which could be something that could be an acute event in life, or it could be an ongoing thing that they're dealing with, whether it's at home, whether it's at work, whether it's because of other reason. It directly causes impact on sleep. And a lot of times, patients or people are not even aware that they have something that is stressing them out, that they may not be necessarily thinking when they're going to bed or when they're going to sleep. However, that plays a major role, just having that worry and back of the mind as stress, and that affects the sleep. Sleep is going to cause more tiredness. More tiredness is going to have low energy, poor attention during the day, poor function in general, more irritability, leads to more low esteem, depression, and that adds more stress. So this cycle is the one that plays a major role when it comes to sleep and mental health. And identifying this, working on the stressors, eventually improves sleep, which eventually then improves the factors which are causing the stress and makes it worse. And this is the list of all these things that mental health can be affected at different level if the sleep is impaired, whether you're looking at emotional level, cognitive level, or physiological health level. And to focus of this talk, and I think overall, mental health purposes, if you look at the emotional impact of poor sleep or sleep deprivation, all these things, mood fluctuations, somebody having irritation, frustration, increased use of stimulants, whether it's caffeine, whether it's the stimulant substances, as well as high risk of abuse with alcohol or other drugs, illicit drug use, a lot of time depression leading to overall worsening of mental abuse plays a major impact. Cognitive level, big time impact, no matter what age it is. I see that among kids growing up. Again, as I was saying before, a lot of times kids get diagnosed these days with poor attention deficit disorder. A lot of times they are also on medications for that. We see the same thing with adults as well as older adults. And a lot of times is poor sleep, just not sleeping well, whether it's trouble falling asleep or trouble staying asleep, It leads to impact on memory, attention, concentration, reactivity, and overall productivity and performance. And physical impact, we reviewed that earlier already with all the different body systems that can be affected by poor sleep. So when you look at the sleep deprivation, there are a lot of things that can cause sleep deprivation. This is another slide again that I share with my patients in my waiting room, or in general when I'm sharing with patients. A lot of things can affect sleep or sleep deprivation. Starting for things which I think matter or are common in general. One of the common ones is insomnia. Insomnia is trouble falling asleep or trouble staying asleep, which is something that is continuous at least about 3 months or so. And if it affects about 2 to 3 nights per week, then that can be a major problem. Increased stress at work, increased stress at home. A lot of time people who do shift work disorder, they don't always realize they have done that for years. They start doing that in their younger age, and they keep doing that for several decades, and then eventually takes a toll on their mental health and sleep in general. A lot of times things which are physical conditions or medical conditions like narcolepsy, where somebody has increased sleep tendency for falling asleep during the day. A lot of time it can be genetic. A lot of time it happens after having a viral illness like a cold or flu or stomach upset, creating antibodies in your blood system that can eventually attack the part of brain called hypothalamus, and then destroys these substances that eventually allows us to stay awake, called hypocretin. These are the things that can cause narcolepsy. Other things which are very common are obstructive sleep apnea. A lot of times it's commonly used the term as sleep apnea, where somebody has trouble sleeping at night because they snore a lot and they basically stop breathing while they are sleeping. All these things can eventually affect sleep, sort of what we call as sleep fragmentation, or break the sleep rather than maintaining that sleep cycle that we discussed earlier. It is disturbed and then leads to a lot of sleep deprivation and related effects. Insomnia again remains one of the commonest sleep disorders all over the world, and often not recognized, not reported, and just not something that is discussed a lot of times by physicians. These days, when primary care doctors or physicians in general are seeing their patients, a lot of times the focus is directed on taking care of blood pressure, blood sugar, labs. However, sleep, or how good is the sleep quality, is not something that's always being brought up by the patients or physicians because of other things which are out there. And I think this is something that routinely should be used. Overall, this is being assessed more frequently than it was all over the world by physicians. A lot of times the questionnaires are given to the patients or people who are coming for the first time evaluation at the office. How good is your sleep? Are you able to sleep in time? Are you having trouble falling asleep? Because anything that affects falling asleep or staying asleep and lasts for about 3 months or longer, and if it is happening at least 2-3 times a week, that is not a normal behavior. And that is something that is called insomnia. Again, it could be acute from something that happens in someone's life. If there is a loss of a loved one, if there is a stress that is happening at home or work environment, or these days, again, with COVID, this has played a major role in sleep and insomnia, because people having stress about work, about risk of catching infection while at work. I have seen so many patients being stressed with this, not being able to sleep, plays a major role. And insomnia in general leads to effects on the behavior. Sometimes, a lot of times, patients wake up with headache in the morning, have low energy, the performance remains poor. A lot of times concentration is an effect as well, but this remains a commonest sleep disorder, no matter what age. Younger kids, adults, as well as older adults are suffering from this. So something that I would like to bring it up so we can share with other people, and I think more awareness needs to be out there for insomnia. Obstructive sleep apnea or sleep apnea is something that I think many people are familiar now. Somebody who is snoring loud for a long time and just waking up at night all the way till someone who is having trouble breathing while they're sleeping and literally sometimes being described as gasping or choking while they are sleeping. If you look at in this picture, the picture on the top is the normal breathing. No matter whether you're breathing from the nose or mouth, the air goes eventually into the lungs through the windpipe or trachea. And the passage that the air has to go through is right behind the tongue, right behind the nose. And if someone has muscles or the airway that continues to collapse or shut down while they are sleeping, will definitely keep waking them up at nighttime, whether they're aware about waking up at night or not. When we do sleep studies or testing while they're sleeping, we see them, some patients wake up anywhere from 60, 70, 80 times per hour. So you're looking at the brain waking up that many times per hour, causing that much sleep deprivation. And then you can see the impact on their mental health overall, which has been going on for years. So again, one of the commonest disorder, which is not always recognized. What can be done to improve sleep quality or sort of focus on better sleep for better mental health? A lot of stuff is out there. If you go online or read books, fortunately, there is a lot of awareness. However, this is some of the tips that I share with my patients, which are available from World Sleep Society. There are tips available from American Academy of Sleep Medicine as well. And it starts with the simple things, maintaining a routine, which basically mainly involves waking up at the set time in the morning as much as possible. That can make it a little bit difficult for some patients who do shift work. However, as much as possible, establishing a routine is the key. If they are doing shift work or not able to have enough 6, 7, 8 hours of sleep, then taking a scheduled nap is something that is very helpful as well. Avoiding any kind of, substances, alcohol, especially close to the bedtime, plays a major impact. I tell my patients at least to avoid that 2 to 3 hours before the bedtime is possible, because that will definitely induce sleep. However, it will disturb the sleep cycle, and then they will wake up halfway through the sleep cycle, and that'll make it very difficult to fall asleep. And long-term use makes a big impact. Caffeine intake or stimulant substances, better to avoid as much as possible close to bedtime. Diet, heavy carb diet, heavy sugar diet definitely has a major impact. Workout routine is something that I discuss with a lot of patients having sleep troubles and insomnia. Avoiding workout routines close to 4 to 6 hours at close to bedtime is the best thing to do. However, these days timing becomes a challenge, but as much as doing that makes a big impact. Temperature plays a big role, comfortable environment, noise and light obviously plays a major role. And one of the major one for insomnia is to avoid using bed for things like reading the books, watching TV, or other things, and keep the bed for sleeping and sex purposes only. Overall, keeping that mindset and the routine makes a big difference. An eventual goal remains to maintain this cycle, because as you can see again, as I discussed before, that anything that throws a particular individual in this vicious cycle that impacts the sleep just continues to add sleep deprivation and keeps making overall, sleep quality worse, no matter where we are. I think this is really good that we are discussing mental health, because this is one of the areas that is often not looked at, and more awareness, more attention needs to be paid, no matter what age. Again, whether it's kids, teenagers, or older adults. The importance of having sleep routine, importance of recognizing the problem when an individual is suffering some sleep issues is very important, because it can have a short-term impact in their health, and as well as long-term impact affecting various body, physiologic body systems, and it can have a lot of impact. What I'll do, I'll stop here, Sheila, and just allow some time if you have any particular questions or areas you want me to cover, and then we can kind of go from there. Is that okay?
Absolutely. So one of the things I wanted to talk about was the effect of caffeine on the diet. Do you want to change out of the screen share so we can see your wonderful face?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Is that
So- There you're
is
back.
that okay now? Is that better?
And
Oh,
that's
good,
you.
good. Thank you. All right. I was
So-
just looking at lasagna recipes. Sorry. Go ahead.
And I was just reading that wheel of that circle, and I was like, oh man,
Yeah.
how are we going to get out of this wheel? So
Yeah.
a lot of people don't realize that caffeine has such a huge impact on sleep.
It's true.
If you have a cup of tea or coffee at like noon, it can actually affect you up to the point that you're sleeping, right?
Mhm. Absolutely.
And is there anything else diet-wise that people need to be avoiding to sleep better?
I think you bring a very good point, because this is something that, again, very not often paid attention to. Caffeine has a big, huge impact. And I think even, I can share my own learning with caffeine. I changed my caffeine behavior, I would say probably about 3-4 years ago. And I just started to pay attention, that amount of coffee, tea, chai I was having and just adding it together throughout the day. It was a lot of caffeine, and even the times that you don't realize, and just cutting it back makes a huge difference. I noticed it myself. I've talked to a lot of patients. So caffeine definitely is a major, source. I would say probably if you're going close to about 200 milligram of caffeine a day, which is about close to 3 cups of coffee, that's already moderate amount. And anything higher than that is very high. But even having about 150 milligram, which is about a couple cups a day, you're approaching that moderate amount limit. So probably try to keep it 150 milligram per day is probably a safer way to go. So that's about a couple cups of coffee. Obviously, depend on the size. You're looking at the large, venti size coffees. Then that's 1 cup enough is going to get you there. But 2 small cups will do it. Other diet, I think you bring a very important point. That it's a huge area that's not always paid attention to. And the diet that can make a lot of impact on sleep are high carb diet, high sugar diet, has a major impact in terms of insomnia because it directly impacts the physiological system. When you are taking a high carb diet or high sugar diet, you're stimulating the entire system, your circadian rhythm, especially at nighttime, which is supposed to stay on the down low. So our circadian system is built in a way that as we start to go to sleep at night and when we are sleeping, all our hormones like cortisol, insulin, ghrelin, all of these hormones, which are supposed to be on the lowest level possible, because that's where the activity stays low. So our heart rate is low, our breathing respiratory rate per minute is low. So the entire system is sort of starting to wind down. So having a moderate amount of carb diet can make a big, overall will be probably better for the entire system. But if you are having a high carb diet, high sugar diet at night, especially, it's going to wake up the entire system that is trying to sleep. And that's mainly your cortisol level, insulin hormone, and those will have a major impact. So avoiding that will make a big difference. There is some data about overall, avoiding soy content as well. And a lot of time, a lot of these days, we see people increasing high protein diet or, high soy intake diet. And we have seen several patients having insomnia with that as well. So especially nighttime, avoiding overall, soy-based diet has some data that it makes an impact for better sleep and overall, less impact on sleep deprivation. So yeah, those things I'll recommend.
That's so interesting. I did not know about soy. I also was reading that caffeine, different cups have different amounts of caffeine. Like you think
That's
okay, but you can have one kind of brand of coffee can have such a high level of caffeine compared to another brand. And a lot of people don't realize that just because you're having a small little bit of coffee doesn't mean that you're not having a huge concentration of caffeine. So we have to be aware of that.
Absolutely. I think that matters. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. And then you also brought up the topic of the amount of sleep, but it's also very important the timing of sleep. And a lot of studies are saying going to bed around the 10 o'clock time is the best time. Is that something that you're suggesting to your patients?
Yeah, I think timing is something that I often discuss with a lot of patients, and a lot of research is being done about timing, and a lot of this comes from people who do shift work, because if you look at sort of quote unquote normal sleep time, which is something that is acceptable or understandable, is somewhere around 10 to 11 p.m. to 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning. Um, that time is something that is considered as a normal time. However, people who are doing shift work, working at night, or starting to work in late evening until early morning, and these days people doing a lot of international work, especially in the technology industry. So where you and I are in the Bay Area, I see a lot of patients, a lot of people who are working across the world, starting their work at 10, 11 p.m. because then they are starting their work in the tech industry with the rest of the world, whether it's Asia, China, wherever they are working. And they're working all the way up in the morning, and their sleep cycle is completely different. There has been a lot of research been out there about the timing for sleep. However, we don't have a lot of sufficient data in terms of if someone is able to have 6 to 7 hours of sleep in a 24-hour period, whether they are doing it during the daytime or nighttime. But if they are doing it consistently, if their timing is not changing, for an example, somebody who's doing shift work 3 nights a week, they will sleep during the day for 3 days, and the rest of the time they're trying to sleep at night. Now that is something will have impact on their sleep, and timing becomes a challenge. But if they're able to maintain the schedule, whether it's daytime or whether it's evening or nighttime, but if it is consistent over periods of time, and that's what they keep doing, then that's something that will not necessarily have impact on their health. But when you are changing every 3-4 days, every few weeks, going from let's say 10 to 7, then you're going to 2 to 10 in the morning, 2 a.m. to 10 p.m. a few days. When you are interchanging that, now that is something will have a lot of impacting sleep deprivation, because our circadian rhythm, our brain will have very difficult time adapting to one particular schedule. And that's where, it takes a lot of stress, and it only gets worse and takes us back to that vicious cycle with poor sleep and insomnia.
That is why they notice when the time changes, there's such an increase in the amount of heart attacks that happen, because people are cutting out that hour of sleep, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, there is some data out there, and that eventually leads to sleep deprivation, to heart disease, and poor sleep. And poor sleep time has a major impact, and it starts with high blood pressure, starts with irregular heartbeat, congestive heart failure, as well as coronary heart disease or heart disease in general. So major impact with cutting down the hours of sleep, especially if you're looking at less than 6 hours, that has a major impact on long-term basis. And on top of that, if someone has problems like sleep apnea, there are dips in oxygen during the time when that happens, with pause in the breathing, and that has impact on top of that. But just sleep deprivation alone, less than 6 hours, has a major impact on high blood pressure, heart disease, heart attack, as well as risk of stroke. We also see a lot of people having stroke and coming in with stroke when you have that less than 6 hours sleep for a long time. Yeah, major impact. Yeah.
And Dr. Chirag, we have a question coming in from a viewer, and she's asking about cat naps, taking naps during the day. Is that a good idea, just to catch up on sleep if you're tired?
Yeah, I think, cat nap or naps during the day, I think is something that plays a role. There is some data and scientific evidence out there that in a period of 24 hours, if somebody is able to do less than 6 hours in a stretch, but if they are able to do scheduled consistent naps during the day, then that definitely helps and is better than sleeping less than 6 hours in a 24-hour period. So I often recommend a lot of my patients who somehow not able to sleep close to 6 hours at night, whether it's work or whether for other reasons, I will encourage him to find the time during their workplace or other locations to try to take a nap. But if that's something that they're going to do, I recommend them to do on a scheduled basis, not something that, take it when you need it, because with that strategy, what happens is that there are a couple of days a few days goes by where they will not feel like taking a nap, or they'll try to fight through, and then that sleep deprivation again kicks in. So if that's the strategy a lot of patients I recommend they're going to take, a lot of people are going to take, they should do a scheduled nap. I always, it goes back to a lot of countries from our ancestors, right? Because taking a nap in the afternoon has been a routine. But a lot of times it's done on routine basis, and they have done studies. They have done studies on people from Asia, India, Asia, as well as Southeast Asia, that that is a culturally they take a nap in the afternoon, and they've compared the degree of heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, and they've compared that to patients who take sleep less than 6 hours, and evidence has been out there that having that scheduled nap will make a difference. So if that's the strategy, then I'll recommend doing it on a scheduled basis, whether it's 2 p.m., 3 p.m., whether it's half an hour, 45 minutes, but it has to be done on a scheduled basis. And that plays a role, that adds up. Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I just that's so amazing to be able to talk about this kind of topic, especially at a time like this, because sleep is such an issue. I do want to talk about ADHD with children. So I noticed in my practice, we have patients that come in and they have a very closed jawline, which means there's a lot of crowding, and they don't get that much sleep. And then at school, their teachers are telling them that they're being disruptive and they are ADHD and on that spectrum. And then we are able to actually straighten their teeth and open up that jawline, and then things are actually getting a lot better for them at school. So it's really important out there, if you do have a child that is snoring, for example, or has a lot of crowding, that you do get it evaluated from the dentist to make sure that there is enough space for the tongue and the tongue isn't being pushed back into the mouth and the child is getting sleep deprived. Because one of the ways it's turning up is lack of concentration at school. And there's children that have been going through years and years and years completely being misdiagnosed with ADHD, yet all it was is they're just not getting enough sleep. Is that something you're seeing in your practice, Dr. Chirag?
Absolutely. I think you bring, a topic that I continue to preach and encourage. So whenever I see adult patients suffering from poor sleep or snoring or sleep apnea, I often bring that up to ask them about their children, that, hey, how are your kids? How many kids do you have? How old are they? Are they sleeping okay? Is any of them snoring? Because for the same reason that you brought up that with the jawline, because if someone has a smaller lower jaw in general or lower mandible, then they have a chance that their kids or children are likely to have that same jaw structure as well. And for a child to snore on a regular or consistent basis, no matter what age they are, is not normal. If they're having an allergy episode, if they're having a cold and they're snoring for few days, few weeks, and they go back to the normal breathing while they sleep, then that's completely normal. But if this is something a child does, snores all the time, then itself is not a problem that should be recommended. It should be evaluated. These are the guidelines from the American Academy of Sleep Medicine, as well as the Pediatrics Academy. So it starts with there. A lot of times, snoring is something that is not often noticed in a child, or is not always often reported, but it is seen being affecting their sleep in other things that you mentioned, poor attention. And poor attention is something that is seen by a lot of parents when they're trying to go through particular stuff like homework, or trying to read a storybook, or try to just talk to them, and you will see the child is just not interested, not paying attention, trying to kind of, having attention all over the place. A lot of times teachers will notice in the school, concentration, irritability, a lot of times getting angry or frustrated with simpler things on a regular basis, all common telltale signs that a child is not sleeping well. And a lot of times it could be related to snoring and sleep apnea. Unfortunately, a lot of times they get directly labeled and diagnosed as attention deficit disorder. A lot of times they're together. A sleep disorder and attention deficit disorder can be together, but a lot of times they get treated for attention deficit with different medication therapies, and sleep issues are not always addressed. And in these cases, diagnosing a sleep disorder like sleep apnea in a child plays a major role, and the treatment is very effective. The commonest treatment for this one and most effective is looking at their tonsils and adenoids. If the tonsil and adenoids are large, then removing them makes a huge impact. It really improves their sleep quality, improves their mood, attention, their overall mental health, overall physical health. You can even see the impact in their sports they are playing, or their physical energy in general. And if the tonsils and adenoids are removed and addressed, and they continue to have this problem, then addressing their jaw structure or teeth structure makes a big impact. And I encourage a lot of parents to go and talk to their dentist when they have gone through tonsil removal, they are still snoring. I talk to a lot of orthodontists. I work with a lot of them to work on expanding their upper jawline, especially before age 13 or 14, because before that, the upper jaw structure is still something that can be moldable, or you can make an impact on the shape and try to open it up. After age 13, 14, it becomes a little difficult, but it's still possible. And then focusing on, they're expanding their jaw structure than necessarily aligning their teeth at that age makes a big difference. So yeah, I think dentists play a major role in this, because they are directly looking in their airway. I work with a lot of pediatric dentists who look in the airway, notice their upper jaw or teeth line is very narrow. They will ask the parents, "Hey, does your child snore?" And yeah, I'm like, okay, you gotta go get it checked out. So I think dentists play a major role, and I'm sure you and I have talked about this before. The American Dental Association have come up with very strong guidelines to encourage dentists to, interact with parents, discuss this. But I think it plays a major role to recognize this, and treatment makes a big difference. I've seen in a lot of kids, I've seen that make a big difference in them. Yeah, absolutely.
Even with the adults that have sleep apnea, a lot of people think when they see sleep apnea, they're worried about having to go to the sleep doctor and then getting this big machine that looks like Darth Vader. And
Yes.
we, in our dental office, we're able to make a mandibular advancement device, which is just something that just moves the mandible slightly. The lower jaw is the mandible, just moving it slightly forward so that it gives space for that tongue to kind of open up a little bit so that you can breathe a lot better. And that's been very effective. Which brings me to my next question, which is, Dr. Chirag, there are some general hints that you could be having sleep apnea. Can you just share with us what that could be? The snoring you mentioned, and there's some other things, which is like circumference of the neck, for example.
Absolutely. I think, sleep apnea is a commonest disorder. You're looking at 1 to 2 men out of every 10 men, no matter what age, will have some degree of sleep apnea. 1 to 2 out of every 15 to 20 women will have some degree of sleep apnea. And after age 45, 50, even 1 to 2 women out of 10. So the rest becomes pretty much equal among men and women after age 50 among women. So very common disorder. Snoring is the commonest sign. Snoring that happens again on consistent basis plays a major role. Just waking up at nighttime for no known reason, just being awake and not being able to sleep, one of the biggest telltale signs. A lot of times you don't have a lot of symptoms at nighttime when you sleep, but symptoms are seen during the day. For someone who's tired, someone who has low energy, headache when you wake up in the morning, having poor concentration, poor attention, need for naps in the afternoon, and you feel like your energy is gone, no matter how many hours you sleep, whether it's 6, 7, or 8 hours, but this feeling of being tired all the time is a major sign of having sleep apnea. Whether somebody is overweight or not, it's common among individuals who are overweight with BMI higher than 25, BMI higher than 30, but no matter what age, jaw structure plays a main role. So regardless of weight, these symptoms play an impact. A lot of times they are seen in someone who is having sleepiness while they're driving. A lot of car accidents happen or truck accidents happen because somebody might have underlying sleep apnea, which is not diagnosed. So sleepiness while driving, falling asleep on the wheel, one of the major signs for sleep apnea as well. And diagnosis is something that has become very easy. We used to do about close to 5 to 6 years ago sleep studies where we test patients while they are sleeping only in a facility or something is called as a sleep lab. We still continue to do that for specialized conditions and treatment, but nowadays a simple test at home called home sleep study can be done where monitoring of oxygen or breathing is done while you are sleeping at your home, and it can detect a lot of patients with sleep apnea, especially when it's significant degree of sleep apnea. So diagnosis has become very easy, is very accessible all over the world. A lot of treatment, a lot of centers are out there to do that. Reaching out to a physician who's specializing in sleep disorders makes a big difference to start this conversation and get the testing done. Treatment is also become very, very accessible, and we have started to know that what treatment works for what age or what subgroups. It all depends on how bad is the sleep apnea. If somebody has mild degree of sleep apnea, something that happens, somebody stops breathing about 5 to 10 times per hour, oxygen level doesn't dip very low when they sleep, then in those cases, they can be treated with a mandibular advanced device or dental device, just like what Dr. Sheila is mentioning, that can be option for them. Well, they will bring the lower jaw forward when they're sleeping at nighttime, opening up that airway behind the tongue so that we can have that space to breathe in and out that we looked at the picture earlier, which was collapsing. Somebody who has moderate or severe degree of sleep apnea, and they have health conditions affecting their blood pressure, heart, diabetes, the dental device are not the first line option for those patients. But in those cases, using a machine like a CPAP or BiPAP can be used. Machines have advanced quite a bit too. They used to be really loud and noisy, and nowadays they are small, quiet, and also the masks have become very small, but we still see 1/3 of patients who are not able to use them no matter what we try. So there is this 25-30% of patients who will not be able to use the machine, which basically gives pressure to the mask to open the airway. And it's the best way to treat, most effective way to treat, but a lot of times 1/3 of patients can't use it. So in those cases, we'll go again to use the dental device, focus on weight loss. We'll also consider surgery for some patients. They have large tissue, very bulky tongue, large tonsils, to do whatever we can to open up the airway. The surgery is still not very effective, but again, a good option if the best option is not working, to do something about it, because not treating is not an option. As you saw already that it impacts the health, mental and physical health. And these days, we also have new options like using a stimulant or a pacemaker, which will implant if somebody has tried the machine like a mask or CPAP, dental device, or a surgery is not an option, and they can't use any of this treatment, then we'll consider a pacemaker or a device that will place with an electrode that stimulates the tongue when you sleep at nighttime. A stimulus is given in a way that will not wake up the patient, but contract the tongue so the tongue stays forward. And that treatment is also available now. A lot of times we'll just try to do a combination of all these treatments, but it is good to discuss this, good to bring awareness, because recognizing somebody has sleep apnea is the most important thing, because no matter what treatment you can do, it's going to make some sort of impact rather than just leaving it alone and letting it stay there for years and years. And a lot of times there's a lot of end organ damage, somebody who ends up with a stroke, heart failure, and those things are unfortunately not reversible at that point. So recognizing and treating sleep apnea, it plays a major role in preventing a lot of the things and overall better mental and physical health. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really important just to touch upon it again, because one of the risk factors for adverse outcomes with COVID-19 is diabetes and obesity, and you've got this cycle where you're not getting enough sleep, leading to these potential issues. So we really have to take sleep super seriously and start looking at that. So I encourage our viewers, if you do feel like you have sleep apnea or any other sleep issues, to reach out to your physician, and there is help out there. And I do want to use this great opportunity to, you've got two great doctors. So we've got Dr. Nora, that's a host for Healing Our Earth, and we have you, Dr. Chirag. And I do want to have some interactions because she's a mental health expert. She's Dr. Nora is an associate professor in mental health, and she's also a scientist and a motivational speaker. So having a chance to kind of communicate here and giving our audience some great value would be wonderful. So Dr. Nora, how are you doing? Are you there?
Hello, Dr. Dubey. It's a pleasure to be on Healing Hour. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. I know that you're really busy during this pandemic because of the huge increase of mental health issues that are out there. So since there's a good link between mental health and sleep, let's get some questions and answers out there and get these two experts to give us some great information that we can take home.
Absolutely.
And I know, Dr. Nora, you had a question for Dr. Chirag. Do you mind sharing that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Chirag, for this really fascinating talk. I had a question relating to the neurobiological perspective of insomnia. So what kind of research has been carried out which provides an underpinning of what causes insomnia and what can someone do? I mean, I think I'm thinking more about the wider audience who may be suffering currently during the COVID period of insomnia, maybe staying up really late into the night, not because they're busy working on something, but maybe because they're just trying to keep themselves busy watching movies and just, you know, keeping their mind busy. And before they know it, they're up until 1 or 2 in the morning. So what can they do? And is it a problem? What's the solution around insomnia? Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks so much. Nice meeting you virtually. Thanks so much for the input. And no, I think you bring a very good point. And you know, insomnia, as I was saying again, remains the commonest sleep disorder, and one of the commonest, which is, you know, unfortunately not always recognized. So one of the most unrecognized sleep disorder affecting all different ages. So the question is, what is the neurobiological research and impact and connection there? And you bring a very good point. This is where last just 2-3 years, the entire paradigm has shifted in treating sleep apnea and understanding the neurobiological connection for insomnia. Until just recently, we always have focused on neurobiologics or chemical transmitters that play impact in basically leading to sleep. What are the factors that actually induce sleep? And there's very similar pathway they have understood for someone who is basically an alcohol abuser or using alcohol for a long time, because what happens is that neurotransmitters will overall start the cascade, including GABA as well as serotonin, and it will then eventually lead to inducing sleep and starting those different sleep stages that we discussed. And the whole focus in research has been around what can we do to stimulate those? What can we do to stimulate that GABA cycle so that someone can fall asleep and will not suffer from insomnia trouble falling asleep? And that's where the entire pharmaceutical industry, the entire medical therapy for insomnia has been focused. You take multiple medications, which has been out there for years, whether you start from melatonin, whether you start from something like zolpidem, something with acetylcholine, all these agents have been focused on that. However, over the last 2-3 years, the research has shifted. And a lot of this research comes from understanding how we treat patients with narcolepsy. What we have learned over years is that neurotransmitters like hypocretin is a major transmitter that is produced by hypothalamus in brain, which basically plays a major role in keeping us awake or for us staying awake. And that's what is lacking in someone with narcolepsy, because someone who has narcolepsy lacks hypocretin, and then that will basically cause sleepiness during the day, induce REM sleep, causes paralysis, all these symptoms. So now the focus on understanding insomnia has shifted in the same pathway, because we have focused on years and years that we need to treat or induce the systems which leads to sleep. However, what about blocking the factors or understanding the factors which push these patients to stay awake when they're trying to sleep? And how about working on the pathway to sort of tone down the hypocretin? How about blocking the hypocretin pathway, which forces this patient to be awake? Because we understood in the research that patients with insomnia have hyperactivated hypocretin pathway, which is supposed to be sort of on the down low based on our circadian rhythm, whether they're sleeping at nighttime or late at night. And blocking that pathway plays an important role in treating these patients with insomnia. And that's where the exposure to light comes in. So the focusing on how much light they are exposing to themselves in general, especially starting in the afternoon hours, evening hours, or late night, plays a role, because that will induce their hypocretin pathway. It will push their awake pathway they are dealing with. And I think our treatment is shifting, sort of blocking towards that. But when it comes to modulating all these pathway, medications are out there, but they have not been the frontline therapy. They have not been the best way to treat it. The best way to treat it still comes down to modifying the behavior, looking at the stressors, and then again, focusing on getting the circadian rhythm back in the order. And that's where cognitive behavior therapy comes in the picture. So at the end of the day, patients who are suffering from insomnia, especially if they have trouble falling asleep, cognitive behavior therapy, working on the behavior which focuses on waking up on the same time no matter what, whether it's a weekday, whether it's the weekend, with a little bit of variation up to half an hour, 1 hour, but waking on the same time. Fixing that wake up time is the number one key. Number two is not forcing themselves to go to bed when they are not ready. Somebody has talked to a lot of patients who will say, all my life I've been able to fall asleep at 10 p.m. And then for last 2 years, something has happened. I can't fall asleep. I still go to bed. I'm really working hard and I stay in bed for 2 hours. I just can't fall asleep. So basically, something took place that shifted their circadian rhythm or their overall sleep cycle, where the brain is just not used to falling asleep early. So in those cases, you just have to step back, try to relax, try to find things to do other than just forcing yourself to sleep. So basically, delaying that sleep time when you're going to bed plays a major impact. And then the last thing for these cases to do cognitive behavior therapy is focusing on something called worry time, or basically trying to identifying the stressors early evening, 3 to 4 hours before you're going to bed, trying to think about factors that are going to impact your sleep, whether it's work-related stress, whether it's stress because of other things. Some people, I encourage them to write them down if they're comfortable. Some people talk them through, come up with a plan to solve them, and then allowing your brain, your overall, self to tell them, you come up with a plan, you solve it later or next day. Now you're thought through about this. Now you got to go into this buffer zone to try to relax and focus on sleep. And this ongoing treatment is the one that has been shown to make a major impact on insomnia compared to other medications. So we always try to do more cognitive behavior therapy and often assist with medications, now focusing more on blocking the pathways to keep them awake rather than necessarily, inducing the sleep. So I hope that summarizes some of your questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Because when we look at individuals with child or adolescent onset psychiatric disorders, we find that sleep is also disrupted in these young children, particularly when the research has been carried out. They've compared those who are poor sleepers with those who are good sleepers, and they found that circadian dysregulation may be one of the causes, in addition to many other factors, environmental risk factors, genetic factors, which may lead to many of the worsening of symptoms in the patient. So it's really fascinating. Thank you so much.
It is. Yeah. Very fascinating. Yeah.
Dr. Chirag and Dr. Nora. So one of the things that I'm noticing is the amount of issues that are happening because of the devices that we have, right? So there's some good parts of devices. For example, the app, there's a lot of apps out there that actually can help you sleep because it puts your brain in a calmer state. You can listen to certain kind of music that will help you kind of sleep better. But there's a lot of people that are just on their devices just before they go to sleep. And there's a lot of blue light that comes through, and it kind of activates the brain so that you can't fall asleep. Can you both talk about that a little bit? Of Dr. Nora, are you finding that's an issue? And Dr. Chirag, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, so in terms of what you should do before you go to sleep, there's been quite a lot of research in this area where they've suggested that the first thing you need to do is probably an hour or two before you go to sleep. Just ensure that you're not watching anything which has high frequency. So things like, let's say it could be a violent movie or a TV show that tends to disrupt how you feel, like emotionally. So something that will make you unstable. Remember that before we go to sleep, our frequency is actually really, really low. It's almost like delta theta levels, which is significantly low. So in order for us, just before we're able to get into the sleep rhythm, if it's disrupted, so if we're quite high up over here, it's going to take quite a long time before we can get into the state of sleeping. And I think that Dr. Chirag will be able to give a better insight into this. But in terms of physical things that we can do, I would say keep your phone. If it's charging, great. If it's possible, leave it outside your room. If it's close to your bedside, it's not necessarily considered to be a good thing. It's always best to keep it away. Keep it on charge and make sure it's on silent. Some people forget to keep their phones on silent, and what happens is because we're international, we've got relatives all around the world, it means that our phone goes ping, multiple times at night because we're all on different time zones. So it's important to keep it on silent. But like I was saying, what are we doing before we're going to sleep? One thing we could do is maybe read a book, listening to some soothing music. Something that you like to listen to, or maybe having a chat, as long as it's very positive. Those kinds of things should definitely help our sleep just before, prior to sleeping.
Dr. Chirag, anything you want us to add to that? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Yes, I was trying to unmute. The host has not allowed you, so I was waiting for host to give me that option. So thank you, host. No, I think I fully agree with Dr. Nora. I think this is a commonest issue, and especially with COVID and overall a lack of outdoor activity, whether it's shut down in the area or working from home. I think dependence and exposure to digital devices, especially cell phones, has just only gone up. And it's something that is, it's a very common issue. And I encourage the patients, tell them the same thing who are having insomnia or looking for better sleep health, that you can do that. You just gotta dim your light, cut down the overall light that out there, bring that setting to night mode, no matter what phone you're using, because it makes a huge impact cutting down the light. And similarly, if you are going to do that, try to do it outside the bed. You can do it in a couch in the bedroom. You can do it in the other room. So that way your brain will eventually build that relationship and still keep that focus that when you go to bed, once you are in bed, you're just going to relax and you're just going to sleep. So, it is okay to do that. Dim the light as much as possible. Try not to do it in the bed, outside the bed in the bedroom or other room as possible. And then you just turn it off, put it to charge, go to sleep. That's what something I encourage, yeah.
You did just mention about the lack of exercise. What's the role of exercise with sleep and the role of exercise in mental health?
Right. I think exercise plays a major impact. Exercise, our entire body physiology, whether it's breathing, whether it's cardiovascular system, everything kind of goes with our circadian rhythm, and circadian rhythm is something that is directly linked with the sleep. So again, the focus is once you are approaching close to your bedtime, especially the 3-4 hours before that bedtime, physiologically, everything starts to wind down. The heart wants to, might start slowing down with the heartbeat. The respiration, breathing wants to slow down. Blood pressure wants to go down a little bit. Everything is looking for that rest. And when you do exercise during those 3-4 hours, you are doing exactly opposite to what your circadian system is used to or telling you to do. So you are working on increasing your heart rate, pumping up your blood pressure, increasing your respiration, and that is going to start to wake up the entire system cascade, whether it's your cortisol, whether it's your thyroid, everything starting to go up when they are supposed to be at the lowest level during those 24 hours. And that is going to make a huge impact on sleep, because once those systems are activated, they are unfortunately not like a light switch where you turn it on and turn it off. They will require time to come down and slow down to get back to your circadian rhythm. So if you want to go to bed at 11 p.m. and you're doing a workout at 9 p.m., your system is all charged up, and you go to bed at 10:30, you're going to be all like, you want to sleep, you're tired, but your brain is, sorry, you already activated, I'm going to need some time to calm down. So that plays a major impact. So you want to do exercise if possible, 3-4 hours, preferably before 4 hours you're going to bed. And mental health is just only going to get an impact and take a toll, because in this particular case, not having that enough sleep, the stress of not being able to sleep, and then working on forcing yourself to sleep is only going to make the anxiety, concentration, and take you back to that vicious cycle that you are going to be caught up in. So huge impact. Having an exercise routine, preferably 3-4 hours before bedtime, is the ideal way to go, because it may not have immediate impact. You may be able to soldier through, but eventually it will take its toll, because you are just trying to go against the physiologic circadian system, which end of the day controls everything in your body. So that's what it comes down to.
And even sleeping in a room that's a little bit cooler also, actually helps you sleep better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Temperature.
I'm just trying to put everything together so that everybody sleeps together. Anything
there we go. Yeah.
Throw it all in there so that get our viewers and everybody to sleep a lot better. We have a question from Dr. Nora from one of our viewers. And the question is, for anxiety, what role does mindfulness play and meditation?
Okay, well, thank you so much for the question. I think it makes a huge difference. At the moment, we're going through lots of challenges. And so currently, I would say it's almost like we're in a turbulent period. We're experiencing emotions like anxiety and stress. And meditation can play a really, really important role in this. It can calm the mind. Also, using simple things like maybe deep breathing, so breathing in and deep breathing out just for a few minutes, it can really play an important role. I don't know if you've tried, and we can try now if you'd like.
Yes.
So if we just relax, okay? And I didn't plan this, by the way.
But this is what going live's all about.
Yeah. So just
let's have all our viewers kind of take a moment and join us in this little practice, just something that you can learn and teach others also. So let's all sit together now.
So you don't need any sort of special positions like a lotus position or any yoga position. It can be simple as a sitting down here like I am. And just you can keep your eyes open if you'd like, or close your eyes, however you think is best. And take a deep breath in through your mouth and deep breath out. Then try again through your nose. So deep breath in and deep breath out. And once again, deep breath in and deep breath out. Now, if you practice this for a few moments a day, could be in the morning, which I'd recommend, you can release a lot of the stresses, any underlying anxiety which you may be facing. Now, typically in the morning, the beautiful thing about the morning is that we have our reset button on, right? Throughout the night, our mind is such a beautiful organ in the body. So it really allows us to just declutter anything that's in our mind. That's beautiful. So we start off at 0. What we sometimes do, so we wake up in the morning, and what is the first thing we do in the morning? We check our phone, or maybe the alarm goes off, right? The phone that we should have kept outside. So the phone goes off, and what happens? We turn it off, and then suddenly we see all these messages on the screen, all these forwards, and then a forward links to some YouTube video, and then what do you know? We're watching a video, and we've only just woken up. So what we need to do is not to check our phone in the morning, and just make it a point that I'm not going to check any messages, if possible, for the first hour. So this is assuming you wake up a tad bit early, and just say, I'm not going to check my phone. Yes, the phone will get me up, but that's pretty much it. And then go and do what you need to do in the day. Preferably come up with a routine. What exactly do I need to do today? What are my tasks of the day? And this is all before you check your phone, because it allows you to not get disrupted. One of the reasons why we get disrupted is because there's someone says that we need to do something. We've got a priority list of what we need to do on a Monday morning. And so don't get diverted, have a focus, have an agenda, and try to ensure that you get through those tasks, even if it's writing things down in a diary. And then once you've done that, then by all means, check. What is there? Is there a message for me? Do I need to do something urgently? It might be family related. It could be something more socially related. Like, do you want to come next week somewhere? Well, do I need to see that in the morning? Probably not. So these are the things I think we could probably try to introduce in the early mornings of the day, just to keep ourselves empowered. Because we tend to have 100% of our energy. We're like a battery, just like our phones. We tend to, I've got my phone here. We charge our phone, and we get super anxious when we run out of battery, when we're on 10%. And we know this a lot with our, the little ones, our nephews, for example, when they have their iPads and their battery's on 5%, and it leads to a lot of stress. Where's the lead, So one thing we can do for sure is to keep ourselves at charge, right? And this meditation I was mentioning was more like a mindfulness meditation. It focuses on relaxation and on breathing. Another thing we can do, which if you'd allow me, I'm happy to show and maybe go through a meditation, which is almost like going on a journey, right? So I'd like to, if you're happy with that, I'd like to just go through a short meditation with all of you. So that's just like you to tune in. I'm going to put some music on in the background, and hopefully you can hear this music. Can everyone hear that? Yes. So I hope you can just relax. We'll start off with taking a gentle breathe in and out. A gentle breath in and out. Another breathe in and out. We're going to do a meditation which may help you to let go and become free of all the weight on your shoulders, all the heaviness in your thoughts and in your feelings. So, I'd like you to imagine that you're walking along a country lane. And you see a path along the lane. So you turn in to the path where you can see in front of you a beautiful field. It's wide, it's spacious, with 1 or 2 trees. It's a pleasant and very relaxing scene in front of you. And in the middle of the field is a large and colourful balloon, which is tethered to a basket by several ropes. You walk over, and the sign on the balloon and basket says welcome. And so you climb into the basket and you begin to untie the ropes and allow the balloon to lift from the ground. Slowly, gently, your balloon gains height. You look below and you see the fields and houses becoming smaller and smaller. And as you gain further height, everything becomes quiet and very peaceful. You feel this quiet and you enjoy the space you're in. And as you go higher, you begin to feel a great sense of tranquility. You have left behind all your old worries and concerns. Up here, there are no thoughts, just a sense and feeling of lightness and powerful serenity. You know that whenever you wish, you can return. But right now, you fill yourself with peace and love. And you realize that as you head back to the real world, you can spread the love and peace that you've experienced up above. Thank you.
Wow, that was really relaxing. And this is going to be recorded online, so at any point we can go back and kind of just use this and get into that nice relaxation state. I know it's time for Dr. Chirag to leave us now, so I just wanted to say thank you so much. I know you're going to be out there spending some time. It's, what time is it? 10 o'clock in the morning there in California, so you're going to spend some time with your family. Thank you so much for your time, and namaste. And thank you for, I know you took away time from your family to be here with us and share your great knowledge in sleep. And can you just let us know, our viewers know how to, do you have a Facebook page or anything that they can kind of learn a little bit more about the work that you do?
Sure, yeah, I have a Facebook page under my name, and Instagram as well, C. Pandya MD, and happy to answer any questions. Neil and Sheila has my contact. Feel free to reach out. Anything I can do to help, contribute, And thanks again for having me. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chirag. Go enjoy your wonderful day. Bye.
Yep. Thank you.
So now it's me and Dr. Nora. So Dr. Nora, I have a question from another viewer in New Zealand. Her question is, she's suffering from quite a bit of anxiety and depression, and she's also really concerned about her elderly mother who's in her 80s. She feels like she keeps worrying and she can't kind of get her mind to rest, and she's feeling like very anxious. Do you have any helpful advice that you could give her?
Well, thank you so much for the question. And thank you, Martha, so much for sharing your inner feelings. I think at the moment it's so important that we get validation and we're able to validate our feelings and emotions. And the best way we can do this is by talking to people. The evidence suggests, according to the Office of National Statistics, that there's approximately 4 million adults currently during the pandemic who are experiencing always feeling anxious or often feeling anxious. It's a common experience, and it's an unfortunate one, but it's something that we're all experiencing because we're in a pandemic. We're not sure what's happening. Things seem really uncertain. Even in addition to that, we've got other stressful life events. It could be stressing about work, the fact that many of us are working from home. We might be worried about our finances. So there's lots of trigger points, lots of factors which may make our anxiety a lot more excessive or exaggerated. And so there are lots of things we can do to help ourselves improve these underlying anxieties. Some of these could include deep breathing, which we practiced earlier. So just taking it's very simple, it doesn't require any tools, but just taking a deep breath in and out and practicing this for a few moments. That's been strongly recommended by many clinicians. Another factor is that if you like anything relating to aromatherapy, for example, having a candle or a scent, this does release a lot of stress. We sometimes practice this in the mornings. It does help. It could have certain scents like, lavender or sandalwood, and all of these tend to be around the house, and it just generates anti-stressful energy. So that's a positive thing you could do. But also going for a walk. Often at the moment, because we are in isolation, and you mentioned your mother who's 80 years old, and it's for her even, it will be very, very difficult. I don't know in terms of mobility, but going for a walk, it could be for a few moments, even just looking outside in your garden, looking at the beautiful colors, let's say, of the flowers, and just the sunlight and the sky. These simple things, I know they may seem straightforward, but these are the little things in our life that can really make us feel just that everything's going to be okay. I'll be okay. With time, things will improve. I'll give my own example. Obviously I'm spending time at home. We're currently in lockdown in the UK, and hopefully there'll be a lifting from the 2nd of December, although that is a hope. There could be an extension. And so what I do is I go out in the garden, I spend time out there, I look at the beauty, it's a bit cold here at the moment in the UK, but it's just nice to be outside. It's nice to take a walk. You can even go for a run, something which involves something external, because it can really de-stress you. Another thing I'd suggest is writing down your thoughts, your experiences, and this tends to help the feelings of anxiety come out of your head, because sometimes we don't talk about how we feel, and so writing how we feel does tend to reduce this underlying anxiety. If, however, you sense that this anxiety has been going on for a very long period, let's say an individual is experiencing generalized anxiety disorder for approximately 6 months. And I know we've been in the pandemic for over 6 months now. So if you've been experiencing, anyone who's tuning in today, if you've been finding that you're anxious pretty much all the time, this could mean that you may be experiencing a generalized anxiety disorder. And this is when a person has difficulties in managing stress, but also if there's nothing really to be stressful about. So there's no triggers in the environment. The individual continues to express or feel worried and feel anxious. So what we can do in these situations is to connect with a clinician, to reach out to a clinician. It could be a general practitioner, and to talk about these issues. Sometimes nowadays we're in a situation where we get a telephone consultation. That's fine. Many also get quite anxious about the feeling that, oh, why should I bother my doctor about this? I'm feeling worried. Is that something I should pester my doctor with? Well, absolutely. Even if you don't get an appointment within a week, just continue, just make sure that you get that appointment, even if it's after 3 weeks. Seeking help is completely okay, because that's the only way you can get some form of advice. It might be through talking, it might be simple, like, let's talk about this, or it could be where the clinician will say, well, I think a medication, psychotropic medication would help you in the short run. So the solution is there. Additionally, many individuals may even experience panic attacks. So just having a feeling of danger, a panicky feeling, that typically happens during the pandemic. We don't know what to expect. In the news late in the afternoon, we often get these headlines from the government, which are daily briefings about what action we need to take in order to, for the coming weeks. And this can lead to a lot of anxiety. It can make you feel quite nervous, maybe restless. It tends to increase our heart rate. We may even feel sweaty. Palpitations may be quite high. So all of these experiences happen because of the unknown. So these are some of my tips that I'd suggest to Martha. But in terms of other factors like loneliness, we all experience loneliness. And what can we do about that? Well, first thing I'd suggest is checking in with a family member. It could be something that you do regularly, just staying in touch. If you don't have a phone, then of course, like a mobile phone to do a video call, you can always choose to quite literally pick up the phone and connect with your loved ones. And believe me, you'll find that many people, the fact that you're calling them, it's going to encourage them to contact you as well. It's also a fabulous way, I think, during the pandemic, and especially if you're feeling lonely, to connect with old friends. I don't know if, and if any of us have done that, but I certainly have, just connecting with people that you haven't been able to speak to for a while. It really does help. We've been really bogged down in work, and sometimes over the weekend, and particularly during the pandemic, where we may have a sense of loneliness, it's always great to just connect with your friends. Additionally, we can also go out for walks, like I mentioned, but also, how about doing something you've never done before? Maybe if you're interested in, let's say, learning how to make pizza from scratch, how do you actually make the dough? That's a good question. There's so much advice on YouTube, and of course, sometimes they have lots of live Instagram events where they say, let's learn to cook, and ta-ra, it's pizza, and you're there, and you've got the ingredients, and you're making a pizza. So things like this can really, I think, make you feel quite happy and quite fulfilled. And of course, you're connecting with the outside world, so that's always going to be a positive thing. But also reading, writing, cross-stitch. I'll give you an example. I've got a family member of mine where it was a gift, I ordered a Buddha cross-stitch, and it kept them really busy for 3 months. And that person was my wonderful mother. And she created this lovely Buddha. It wasn't small, it was actually huge. It was almost a meter. So it's quite big. So these are the positive things we can do. Just surprise yourself, because in surprises, there's so much happiness. So those are some of my tips that I suggest to Martha.
Wow, that's so useful. I know I started gardening. I had never done any gardening, and I was so amazed when I put a seed in and I was watering it. And then after a couple of weeks, I'm like, wow, something is actually germinating, and I could see the leaves. And I got so excited. And then I was there in the garden every day. And what I found from that was the gratitude that I had for things that I had never thought about before, just like where our food come from. So I never thought about, I get an orange or a cucumber or something, and I'm like, it's just on my table. I never thought about somewhere someone's growing that, and then it gets cut and someone's putting it on a truck, and then it's going in my supermarket. And so I had this newfound gratitude to just even food. And even now when I eat, I'm just like, I'm looking at food in a very different way, which brings me down to to talk about the importance of gratitude, just being grateful for what we do have. I mean, we do have so much to be fortunate about. And that's why a lot of the motivational speakers talk about gratitude and practicing gratitude and writing a gratitude journal, like in the evening, just writing down even 10 things that you're grateful for. Is that something that you practice, Dr. Nora, too?
Absolutely. I love being positive. It's in my veins, literally. I think it's so important to practice this sense or this attitude of gratitude. It's the fundamental building blocks of all of us, of humanity, I think. Happiness comes from the little things in life. And through the pandemic, I've had lots of opportunities to reflect upon things that we should feel grateful for. Reflecting on what have you achieved so far? What are your plans moving forward? Having this positive vision about things going ahead and not thinking about what's happened. I think there's lots of lessons we can learn from the past, and absolutely, there's some mistakes we may have made, but I think it's about forging ahead, considering it, acknowledging those experiences, but also moving ahead with that enthusiasm. And I've had a personal experience where I found that just having that positive drive can change everything. If you're determined to achieve something and it's 100%, like you're absolutely charged up to achieve something, it will happen. So the question is really that what are the thoughts that we're feeding our minds? If we're saying that, you know what, I'm fabulous, I'm the best I can be. I know that seems a bit like, oh my God, narcissistic here, but it's not about that. I think it's all about having a nice balance of being humble and at the same time believing in your ability and believing in yourself for what you are, values that you carry. All of these things put together, that's what you are. And so if you can believe in yourself and have that self-respect, that's what I think is happiness. And of course, with happiness, I think another point I was just thinking about is that who are we? End of the day, we are this tiny little spirit, right? This state of consciousness. And within that state of consciousness, there's lots of virtues, things like happiness, kindness, humility, being angelic, so being a very kind individual. And all of these qualities are within us. They're all inside of us, up here. Or wherever. And it's all about charging that positivity within you. It's almost like a light. Like when the light is not shining very well, you tend to just clean it, right? You think, oh no, it needs a bit of a rub. Just in the same way, when our soul or our spirit or that spirit within us, that light within us, when it's a bit dim, all we need to do is just shake it. And the way we can shake it is by saying, yes, I can do it. I can do this. And having that fist pump, this yes, 3 times in the morning. I don't do this regularly, religiously, but I certainly do it when I'm going for an interview or if I have some major event that I'm attending. I practice this. This is me being completely honest. Saying, yes, I can do this. And that positivity, it sort of ignites these neurochemicals that you probably thought you never had. So this is something which I think would, I could suggest in terms of happiness, and having that innate happiness is all within us, but it just requires us to pull the trigger and to have, or sort of send out those positive thoughts. But it'd be lovely to know also, Dr. Dubey, because I've seen so much positivity in you whenever I've seen you on Healing on Earth, which is how we've met. But it's just so beautiful. So what would you suggest? What really excites you?
So for me, I think one of the things that keep me positive is just having purpose in life. My big thing is to help other people. I always look at, if I'm going to meet someone, how can I empower them to lead a happy, healthier life? I mean, that's like the core of what I believe. So for me, it's having that greater purpose. So even joining a group like Healing Our Earth has been so great for me, because it gives me a chance to bring together people I know, to help educate so many thousands of people. The other thing I think is important is the gratitude. Like, I do the gratitude exercise in the evening. I'm very grateful for things that I have, even if, we all have bad days, but just having a gratitude journal. The breathing, I do a lot of kind of breathing in and out, and just calming myself down. And I do use a lot of things like a Brain Tap, which is an app that I use if I'm having difficulty sleeping, and I just put it on and it kind of calms my brain. So and then it always puts me to sleep. And there's even things on YouTube that are free that you can use, which has a certain frequency, and it's just calming music, and it just remarkably works really well. And I think if a lot of people are out there trying to show kindness to other people, it really, if you're always trying to think, what else can I do to help somebody else, I think it really makes a difference. And I think that's what helps me a lot. And I think that's what we all should do, is just find something that we can kind of do to help other people. And then you find so much joy in life in that way. And I do have another question, Dr. Nora. I am not letting you go that easily. We have a lot of people that around the world that have been messaging, and the questions that they're asking are mainly about their children. There's a lot of anxiety and depression with the younger generation, especially that teenage age, because they're not able to go out. They're not able to interact with each other. They're having issues with their schooling. Do you have any specific advice for the teenagers, and how can parents react to their children? One of the questions we had was sometimes the kids getting kind of angry and just almost disrespectful to their parents, and how do parents approach their teenage children?
Yeah, that's a really important question. And considering that we're all at home, that includes, let's say partners and kids, it does become quite a major challenge, I would say. It's an important question, and what I would suggest is for parents to validate your children's feelings and their thoughts, and give them time. Give them your time so they feel that they can share how they're feeling. I think many kids may get upset or angry because there's something which they're feeling and they're not able to express it. Maybe they don't have the platform to express it. In other words, you don't have an opportunity to express it. There's lots of things happening in the household, and that doesn't allow them to say, you know what, wait a minute, guys, can we talk? That may seem a bit disruptive for them. So what can we do? One suggestion which I'd give is that we have a day in the week which allows parents to say, you know what, this is family time. And during family time, what we do on a Saturday morning or a Sunday is that we sit down as a family and we talk about how the week's been going. That is a strategy which has actually worked in my household when I was growing up. And it just gives a wonderful opportunity for everyone, all siblings, including parents, to talk about anything which may be bothering them. It also highlights some of the challenges. So there might be things like, let's say, this is quite deep, but things like bullying, for example, bullying which may be happening at school. Now, if you're experiencing this sense of bullying, children don't necessarily express those feelings almost instantly. In fact, they might find other ways of expressing it. And that could be in the forms of anger. It could be them locking themselves in a room, not responding to you. And you think, what's going on? I haven't done anything as a parent. I've been actually supporting them along the way. But the answer to that question is that, well, they need your time. They need your attention. So you could every night, or maybe when they come back from school, you could potentially ask them, how was your day at school? What did you learn? Who did you speak with today at school? So very specific questions, not generic questions like, did you have lunch? Because they're probably expecting you to ask that question because you probably ask it every day. So, kids are really smart. They know you're going to ask them, how's your day? And you're going to say, my day was great when it wasn't. And another thing is that, did you have your lunch? Yes, I had my lunch. But if you ask very specific questions, then you will start to see some of the struggles in the young person. And so have that time. Give yourself, even if it's 15 minutes, give yourself that time towards your young person, your son, your daughter. And on a weekly basis, you can do this more often if you'd like, but on a weekly basis, do have a time where it's the family time. That will certainly help because it allows each individual to have their time to talk about things that they're experiencing, any challenges.
Wow.
So that's my suggestion.
And then we do have to cover the elderly. What's the best way to kind of help them feel supported? The people that are kind of isolating, those above 60s and 70s and 80s. What can we do to help give some joy to that age group?
Sure. So if you are living with an elderly person, what I would suggest is give them love. Right. And it doesn't have to be a hug because, of course, we're doing the whole social distancing and it does become really difficult. But at the same time, words, kind words, loving words is certainly something that a person can feel. Right. I'm sure you're feeling the love as well online, all of you tuning in. And it's because that's what it's all about. So through your words, you can give this sense of comfort. If the elderly individual is living separately, so if they're living in a different household to you, what you can do is just catch up with them, give them a phone call, or give them a call, ask them how they're doing. This really does generate this sense of, I'm not alone. There's someone asking how I'm doing. Particularly during the pandemic, where we're all feeling really anxious, just like young people feel anxious and older people feel anxious. Similarly, the elderly feel even more lonely and have this sense of anxiety and even depression. So making that phone call and almost being predictable that, oh, it must be Nora on the call, that kind of thing. Oh, it's Monday morning, it's 9 o'clock, it must be Nora, things like that. And that is amazing. Having these times that you call, it could be even after work. Let's say you always call and check up on your grandmother at 6 p.m. Those kind of routines can really make them feel uplifted. It's all about love. I think with the elderly, it's something which they can feel, even if it's on the phone. If you can't video call them, you can call them, and even 5 minutes, 10 minutes of your time can really have that positive impact.
Oh, thank you so much. Dr. Nora, I think I could probably spend the whole day just talking to you and getting advice and input. I know that you're a host for Healing Our Earth, and just thank you so much for your time. And I know we'll be hearing a lot more from you. Is there any final words that you'd like to say to the audience just to kind of help lift their spirits?
Absolutely. So I hope that all of you are able to have this sense of just love and kindness, and just try to bring out all the goodness. I think we have it within us, within ourselves. So we don't need to go out looking for love and happiness. It's all within ourselves. And so, I wish you all the very best, particularly during these times, which are really, really challenging. I think all we can do is share love and happiness. And I'm sure that over the coming months, things will start to improve. But don't get bogged down. Don't get bogged down on all of this, because these are all external. And I think we are more than that. We can get through this. We've got through the major depression. We got through World War I and II, for example. We can do it. So stay strong, stay connected with your loved ones. Don't forget about yourself. If you're going through any challenges, please do connect with a loved one, or of course, do connect with your doctors, and they will certainly be able to help. But we wish you all the best and have a lovely, lovely weekend.
And Dr. Nora, how do we connect with you? I know you have an Instagram account that you post a lot of inspirational quotes on. What is that account?
So the Instagram account, which I started during the COVID period, so this was my new initiative, which is quite lovely. It got me a chance to connect with many people across the globe, which is lovely. It's mentalhealth_connect. It's an Instagram account. And I'm also on Facebook, facebook.com/mentalhealthconnect. So please do connect with me. I am organizing a live event this week, which focuses on mental health and fitness, with Vinod Channa, who is a celebrity fitness instructor, Bollywood. May I? So, he'll be joining me. Yeah, he'll be joining me this week. So it'd be quite exciting to know about things relating to how you can, improve your nutrition, but also general well-being.
Great. Yeah, I also started my Instagram account, which is Dr. Sheila Dobie, where I'll be posting a lot of Instagram inspirational quotes too. So I'm glad we both started our Instagram accounts.
Absolutely, I think it's really important, particularly during this time where we are really kind of in a turbulent period, lots of challenges, and so it really does. If you've got it in you, why not share the happiness and kindness to others? So thank you so much. That's wonderful to know.
Thank you so much. And this brings my time to an end and concludes this day of Healing Our Earth. And I just want to say thank you to all our facilitators, and thank you to all our viewers out there. It takes a lot to come on and organize such an event, and week after week after week, providing you this amazing platform and just being here for you. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you, the facilitators, for all the hard work that you do. Please note that our next session will be on Sunday the 29th at 2 p.m. till 6 p.m. It's a global meditation session. So